Accra. Hello there, it's 6 a.m. Time for the morning news on 3FM 92.7. My name is Christabel Success Trevor. Coming up this morning, the Greater Accra Regional Security Council to undertake a major decongestion exercise at La Paz Trading Hub today as 72 hours deadline to traders elapse.
Either they relocate them or push them back so that we'll have the streets for pedestrians.
Also, basic education certificate examination BECE timetable comes under scrutiny as students take their last Arabic paper today.
The structure of BECE that was relevant pre-Free Senior High School is no longer relevant today. So it is important that we revise BECE.
And much later, workers of the National Identification Authority NIA declare indefinite strike effective Wednesday.
And do you know the financial implication that ever since one was due to be promoted in November 2024, we are in 2026. The set staff has not been promoted.
We've got details for you. Please stay with us. We begin now, and the Greater Accra Regional Coordinating Council's deadline to traders selling along the N1 highway to vacate the area elapses today. The 72 hours ultimatum was given when the Greater Accra Regional Minister in the company of the Okwaikwe North Chief Executive visited the area on Friday. Here's Greater Accra Regional Minister Linda Akwele-Oklo speaking to journalists on the pending demolition.
Either they relocate them or push them back so that we'll have the streets for pedestrians to move freely and drivers to move freely. But you know, I'm much concerned. I mean, when it comes to women, I'm so much concerned about them. And so situations where they'll be deprived, from selling, that is what I don't want to hear or I don't like. We want to allow them to trade. In as much as they are trading, we should also have free movement of vehicles and human beings.
Linda Akwele-Oklo is Greater Accra Regional Minister. The Rent Control Department has taken its nationwide crackdown on exorbitant hostel fees to the Ashanti region. Acting Rent Commissioner Frederick Opoku described the high-handed hostel fees to students as exploitative. He spoke to 3FM.
It's very simple, that whatever you do, you take money called rent. If you give your property to anybody and you are taking money out of that, it's rent. Now, it's stipulated clearly that when you want to do anything in terms of charging or increasing, you cannot sit at home and say that you are a private investor. I've heard people talking about they are private investors, so you should allow them to kill Ghanaians. What's the meaning of that? In our laws, do you see anything called a free economy?
Well, that was Frederick Opoku. He's the acting rent commissioner here in Ghana. He spoke to 3FM earlier. Now, the Takwainswam constituency of the New Patriotic Party has been plunged into turmoil following the alleged disqualification of hundreds of polling station executives. The aggrieved party officials stormed the party's regional office in Takoradi protesting what they describe as manipulation of the electoral album and a blatant breach of due process in the party's ongoing internal elections. Our reporter Ibrahim Mensah has more.
The affected polling station executives had earlier petitioned the party's national leadership over their disqualification and missing nomination forms. They were subsequently invited to assist with investigations into the matter. However, tensions escalated after they waited for hours without any engagement from party leadership. The group is accusing some constituency executives as well as former Member of Parliament George Duka of complicity in the alleged irregularities. They warn that without immediate intervention, they risk being unfairly excluded from the ongoing internal electoral process.
Our only option is the national leadership. They should step in and call the former MP to order. Yes. If the party that does not belong to him, he came to meet a party that was strongly built in the constituency. No. Even in opposition, we were able to win the party with a vote margin of 5,600 votes. Why must it happen that under your tenure, and even doubled as the Deputy Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, you could not use that opportunity to strengthen the party in the Taquan constituency. Yet you want to use dubious means and diabolic means to retain your leadership. And we are not going to allow that to happen. In fact,
now, workers of the National Identification Authority, NIA, under the NIA Division of the Public Services Workers Union of Trade Union Congress, TUC, have declared an indefinite strike effective Wednesday, May 13, 2026. This, the workers say, follows the unanimous decision of their Divisional Executive Council to proceed on with industrial action after the expiration of a 7-day notice issued by their mother union. Here's the divisional chairman, Francis Bangfudeme, speaking to 3FM.
Certainly, we are very much aware of the impact it will have on the nation. But of course, also come to think of it, do you know what it means that ever since we were recruited and then being paid on this particular salary structure, which apparently was on a non-approved scheme of service, and ever since the scheme of service has been approved, it turns out that we then have to get a new salary structure. Do you know how much financial losses the staff have made since inception up to date? And do you know the financial implication that ever since one was due to be promoted in November 2024, we are in 2026, the said staff has not been promoted.
That was Divisional Chairman Francis Bangfudeme. He spoke to 3FM earlier. Just before we go, as the 2026 Basic Education Certificate examination ends across the country, concerns are emerging over the intensity of the examination timetable. A section of stakeholders are calling for a review of the 5-day period for writing 10 subjects, arguing that it places excessive pressure on students. Others maintain that the extension may not necessarily solve the root problems. Here is a report by Samuel Yeboah Adams.
Since its introduction in 1990, the BECE has served as the gateway for placement into senior high schools across Ghana. Over the years, the examination has evolved with changes in curriculum, assessment method and grading systems. But in contemporary time, the number of subjects written in a day has remained largely unchanged. Some stakeholders, however, argue the 5-day period within which candidates are expected to write their papers tends to put pressure on them. The Executive Secretary of EduWatch, Kofi Asare, is one of the educational think tanks pushing the argument.
The structure of BECE that was relevant pre-Free Senior High School is no longer relevant today. So it is important that we revise BECE to speak to its current and continued relevance, which is an examination that determines school placement, and not an examination that determines who will go to secondary school.
For the General Secretary of the National Council of Parent-Teacher Association, PTA, Gabson Kofi Raphael, the argument is flawed.
I just have a challenge with that whole argument that because they don't have much time to look, inadequate preparation leads to poor performance. If you are adequately prepared, they can even put you in the hottest space.
But what are the concerns of candidates, and does the 2 paper a day put any pressure on them?
The subject combination this year, I can admit that it's very good. Yes, so it doesn't really put pressure on we students. Yeah.
Yes, a lot of pressure. I feel like if we could use a span of 2 weeks to write the papers and we could write 1 paper in each day, it would be much better.
For prep, maybe you feel anxious, you feel nervous, you have 2 subjects, and maybe the realization hits you like they are not prepared to for all those subjects at once.
If it extends to 10 days, then people will get enough time to rest, revise, and...
That was a report by Samuel Yeboah Adams, wrapping up the morning news on 3FM 92.7. For more details, please check out our website, 3news.com. My name is Christabel. Success Trevor. Business is up next.
Accra gets busy on this frequency. 92.7 3FM.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to the business news on Sunrise. Coming up this morning, Government of Ghana breaks 7-week slump as Treasury bill auction is oversubscribed and exceeds targets. And much later, finance and tax analyst notes Ghana's credit rating upgrade paves way for cheaper global borrowing.
A lot more capital inflows to Ghana and also certain level of policy credibility to government.
Plus, Ghana Stock Exchange hits historic highs at 285 billion cedis in April 2026. I am Christabel. Success Trevor will bring you the details of our headline stories shortly. The government of Ghana successfully halted a nearly 2-month streak of fiscal underperformance on the domestic market last Friday. In a significant turnaround for the Treasury, the auction held on May 8, 2026, saw a massive surge in investor demand, allowing government to exceed its initial borrowing target for the first time in 8 weeks. The following 3 Business News Desk report has more.
Faced with a target of 4.349 billion cedis, government was met with an enthusiastic response from the investment community, with total bids reaching 4.830 billion cedis. Capitalizing on the high liquidity in the market, the Treasury opted to accept 6.087 billion cedis across the 91-day, 182-day and 364-day tenures, representing a significant intake above its original goal. The 91-day bill remained the primary driver of the auction, attracting offers of 5.715 billion cedis, with government accepting 4.374 billion cedis at a yield of 4.88%. The 182-day bill saw bids of 651.22 million cedis,
and an accepted amount of 571.64 million cedis at 7.03%. Finally, the 364-day bill drew 1.462 billion cedis in offers, with 1.141 billion cedis accepted at a yield of 10.13%. This successful outing marks a pivotal moment for fiscal managers as they look to stabilize domestic financing amid shifting market dynamics. Subscription rate was 180.04%, oversubscription rate was 80.04%, and acceptance ratio 77.74%. The oversubscription marks a return of investor confidence in short-term government securities, likely driven by a stabilizing interest rate environment and a shift back from other market instruments.
Fitch Ratings has officially upgraded Ghana's long-term foreign currency issuer default rating from B- to B, assigning the nation a positive outlook. There's more in the following 3 Business News Desk reports.
The upgrade signals a major vote of confidence in the country's economic turnaround following years of intensive fiscal restructuring. The rating agency cited a sharp fall in the debt-to-GDP ratio as a primary driver for the move, supported by robust economic growth and the government's aggressive fiscal consolidation efforts. Ghana's external position has also seen a huge strengthening, with international reserves reaching a record $13.8 billion, equivalent to 5.7 months of import cover, bolstered by a strategic gold-backed accumulation policy. Further anchoring the upgrade is the significant cooling of consumer prices. Inflation dropped to 3.4% in April, its lowest level in over a quarter century. This drastic reduction from the double-digit highs of previous years has been credited to a stabilizing cedi and prudent monetary policy. With a positive outlook, Fitch suggests that further upgrades could be on the horizon if government maintains its current trajectory of fiscal discipline and continues to build its external buffers.
Meanwhile, beyond the immediate signal of fiscal stability, the upgrade is expected to provide a crucial competitive edge in global financial markets. Finance and tax analyst Nelson Kujo-Kwabeji has noted that the upgrade acts as a powerful endorsement of the government's economic management. According to him, the new rating will drive a surge in capital inflows as international investors gain renewed confidence in Ghana's financial health.
This may be seen as a good news for the economy and also the credit worthiness of the government. This clearly shows a vote of confidence in the Ghanaian economy, considering the fact that the improved rating has come at a time where geopolitical tensions are eroding macroeconomic gains and also confidence within emerging market economies. It also means that the managers of the economy are doing something right, both the fiscal authorities and the monetary authorities. With the improved rating, we expect macro fundamentals to remain strong while supporting investor, business, and consumer confidence. We also expect a lot more capital inflows to Ghana and also certain level of policy credibility to government, most especially when the government wants to go back to the international capital market to borrow. The rating may also affect positively the interest rate at which government may borrow from the international capital market when they want to do so.
You just heard the finance and tax analyst Nelson Kujo-Kwabeji. Now, the Ghana Stock Exchange maintained its powerful 2026 rally through April as investor confidence pushed market capitalization to a staggering 285.76 billion cedis, more than double the previous year's value. The GSE Composite Index surged by 72.52% year to date, while the Financial Stocks Index outperformed with a 90.21% gain. Despite a month-on-month dip in trading volume compared to March, annual activity exploded. The number of transactions skyrocketed by nearly 1,000% over April 2025. While liquidity remains concentrated in specific sectors, analysts note that the record-breaking year-to-date performance signals a robust recovery for Ghana's capital markets. We'll now take a look at how the cedi is faring against major trading currencies and how some of the key commodities are also faring on the global markets.
On the interbank foreign exchange markets, the dollar is selling at 11 cedis 28 pesos. It recorded no change. The British pound is selling at 15 cedis 37 pesos. It gained 2 pesos. The euro is selling at 13 cedis 28 pesos. It also gained 1 peso. However, be guided that these figures could be higher at a forex bureau near you. On the global commodities market, Brent crude is trading at $101.29 per barrel. Gold is trading at $4,715.25 per ounce, up by $29.45. Cocoa is trading at $4,182 per ton, down by $245.
That'll be all for business news here on Sunrise. For more business stories, please check out our website, 3news.com. I am Christabel Success Trevor. Thanks for listening. Sunrise team continues.
Back here for you with the 3FM Sunrise. Thank you very much for staying up until now. And many thanks as well to Christabel for helping us with the 6 a.m. news as well as the business news. It's our turn to continue for you here as we started before the news with a message of motivation. Rock bottom is actually a trampoline, and you should use that as a basis to catapult yourself back onto where you ought to be. It's been a weekend filled with fun activities. There was a 27th Telecel Ghana Music Awards where Black Sharif emerged victorious from it, and a host of other things that has been happening, from swords being cut for a new city project to tackle affordable housing, the rent control taking the hostel issues and the need to have persons not overcharged, facility managers not overcharged, among other things, to the Ashanti region and whatnot. The show promises to be interesting, and it is one that you are a part of if you can join us via Facebook and YouTube. That's where we're streaming, and you can send a message to us as well. The handle 3FM927. That's how you can find us this morning. We'll get into the weather now for you. And this morning, the Ghana Meteorological Agency says partly cloudy weather is expected for most places this morning, with mist forming over few areas within the coast, forest and transition sectors in the early hours of today. Sunny conditions will dominate the entire country as the day progresses. However, isolated thunderstorms or rain are expected or anticipated to affect slightly north of the coastline and the inland areas later this afternoon into the evening hours. And so that's what the weather is expected to be like for today. It will get us into a song of inspiration, Kind Catchy DJ Phil, after which we're back with the newspapers and great conversations for you here on the 3FM Sunrise. I am Mawuena Egbeta We get into our song of inspiration right now. Kind Ketsi, DJ Phil. to our Father in heaven this morning. Team Eternity with this one. And most certainly, it's a fiery way to start the morning. Lots of ginger, lots of fire. That will get us into the newspaper review as well this morning. And by that tune, you know that we're getting into the newspapers. And we're starting off with the Republic Press. Big banner story, Bawumia closes ranks as NPP prepares for 2028 battle. Follows a list of 212 member, not one committee, but committees, right? Committees which are supposed to be undertaking various works in the lead up to the 2028 elections for the opposition NPP. Okoboy jams into wager controversy, challenges procurement allegations. I want to see what really the details are from him, because we're seeing a World Bank letter to the health ministry where they say procurement was hiked between 3 to 11 times the price of items. We have been demanding that full letter as well from the health ministry to put the matters into proper context. NIA staff defy authorities, declare nationwide strike. There's a shutdown of work. Medical Laboratory Workers Union names 3 demands following appointment of acting lab head. Confusion erupts over reopening of Ho Central Mosque. South African president faces call to resign after court ruling. Daily Democrat next on my bail. Upon Nkrumah lies about BOG exposed. President Mahama appointees contribute 6.1 million cedis to boost medical trust fund. Gold board to buy $400 million worth of gold weekly. That's according to the CEO. Julius Deborah Foswe Jare champion women-led businesses. Jospon VYNCKE seal green energy partnership. NDC revives setting the record straight. The Custodian. NPP sets up strategic committees for Victory 2028. Obi Amwa is chair of Electoral Affairs Committee. Upon Nkrumah chairs NPP's Policy Committee. CDD Imani Lord the initiative. Heath Goldfield settles mine workers' arrears, and weeds take over multi-million 1D 1F starch factory. Not what we want to be seeing. On that back page, there's a bit more in terms of the details. Professor Bokpin is on the back page of the Custodian as well. The story here says Ghana's Fitch boost reflects austerity, not public relief. Also, the news center, detail-driven news. Kolebu critical care in crisis, acute ventilator shortage threatens critical patient survival. Stories on page 2. 700 data centers needed for Africa's fintech push. Mensa Poku is saying this. He's Chief Enterprise Business Officer of MTN Ghana. There's always a story from MTN on the news center. It's a lovely collaboration. Mahama cut short for 1,000 unit housing project in Kumasi. Many say it's bringing flashes of the Hope City. Where do you stand on this? When Saglemi, which was started under the NDC administration, is it Mills or Mahama? Fish lifts Ghana to B with positive outlook. BOG to introduce separate fintech legal framework according to Dr. Isiama and Baumia's competitors accept 2028 campaign rules. On the back page, a bit more from MTN. Ebenezer Asante calls for ethical mainstreaming and leadership.
Sunrise on 3FM.
I'll take you to the online portals in a bit. ECG commissions 37 new transformers in Ashanti region in 10.9 million cedis power upgrade to boost electricity supply. Adongo is here. Isaac Adongo is a member of the board chair. He's a member of the BOG board, I should say. He says, hold a press conference to congratulate BOG governor for cleaning your mess. As he defends negative equity, says its cumulative figure from previous administration. On the reorganization bid, the NPP's Miracles Abuaji says the reorganization, restructuring and rebuilding of the party is very much on course. MyJoyOnline.com, Ghana Publishing Company records 16.9 million cedi profit in 2025, more than 6 times 2024 performance. 28 Ghanaian trafficking victims rescued, repatriated from Côte d'Ivoire. Unknown armed men vandalized NDC party office at Awianso Junction in the Elembele district. CityNewsroom.com, final destination. Government explores egg powder production to tackle glut. Egg powder. Hey, egg powder. What's that? T-bills auction oversubscribed by 80% after 2 months of weak demand. New cocoa funding model to reduce reliance on offshore loans.
Sunrise
on the cocoa situation, yeah? Oh, we'll talk about that. On that Ghanaians rescued, we've seen that statement from the Foreign Affairs Ministry. The minister shared on the social media as well. He says that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs wishes to inform the general public that 28 Ghanaian nationals, predominantly youth, who were victims of a sophisticated human trafficking network, have been rescued and repatriated to Ghana from Côte d'Ivoire today, 10th May 2026. After a successful operation conducted by security operatives and officials of the Embassy of Ghana in Abidjan. Now, the rescued trafficking victims are safely in Ghana and currently assisting with further investigations. The government of Ghana conveys commendations to Ivorian authorities for the effective collaboration and shared intelligence. Ghanaians are hereby advised to be extra vigilant and avoid becoming victims to such trafficking schemes. Meanwhile, the Mahama administration assures that all efforts are being deployed to dismantle these criminal networks and bring the masterminds to justice. The ministry therefore urges the public to be conscious of the dangers associated with engaging in licensed recruitment agencies with promised travel and job opportunities. The public is encouraged to confirm the validity of any advertisement offer where the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Labour, Jobs and Employment Relations and Ghana's diplomatic missions abroad to avoid falling prey. The welfare of all Ghanaians remains our utmost priority.
3FM.
Sunrise.
I'll get you details of the committees that have been set up by the NPP and what has been conversation surrounding it, and two stories there, right? One that focuses on the Ofasia Yoruba MP and the ranking on the Economic Committee of Parliament, upon Nkrumah, who's chairing the NPP's policy committee, as well as the entire story as to Bawumia's competitors accepting 2028 campaign. And so for those of us on Facebook as well as on YouTube, you can see for yourself details of some of the members of the respective committee, particularly the policy committee for one, which has the Honorable Kojo Nkrumah, who's the chair, Dr. Kwesi Nyame BFI, who's secretary, Osaiche Mensa Bunzu, who's a member, and Kweku Kwarteng, also a member of the committee. There is Dr. Mohammed Amin Adam, the former finance minister, Dr. Gideon Boako, and Dr. Kabiru Tia Mahama. All are members of the policy committee. In your shot there, there's Dr. Frank Bano, Dr. Stephen Upata, and okay, this is the finance and economic committee. Dr. Mohammed Amin Adam is the co-chair. Dr. Steve Opata is a co-chair. Dr. Frank Bano is a spokesperson, and Issa Fusheni is a spokesperson as well. Hamida Nuhu is secretary of that group. The health committee, the policy committee health, Dr. Ayu Efriye is a member of parliament, is a co-chair. Dr. Anthony Nsiasara is co-chair. Dr. Ezekiel Jekumo Bain is spokesperson. Dr. Ikia Amwako is spokesperson, and Kelvin Ofurijima is secretary as well. Energy Committee, George Kwame Abuaji is co-chair, Kojon Safwapoku is co-chair, Andrew Sejapa Mercer is spokesperson, Collins Adomako Mensah is spokesperson, and Amafrim Poma is secretary. And so, I mean, for the competitors or the persons who went up against him, Dr. Bawumia made or nominated all of them for respective positions. I'll get back onto what's on the screen pretty shortly for you, but I want to lay the premise first, right? And so the story is by Daniel Nono. It's in the 7th page of the New Center newspaper. It reads the New Patriotic Party flag bearer, Dr. Mahamadou Bawumia, has moved decisively to unify the party ahead of the 2028 general elections. In what political observers described as a calculated show of unity and strategic inclusion, Dr. Bawumia and the party leadership assigned key responsibilities to Kennedy Ohene Japan, Brian Echampon, Dr. Yawosei Duchum, and Kwame Japan, effectively bringing the major blocks within the party under one coordinated policy framework. Now, in the aftermath of that, there was a fake address purported to be from Kennedy Japan, rejecting or declining the appointment as co-chair, and his spokesperson for his campaign, Kwesi Kwarteng, took to Facebook to dispel the assertion and render it moot, and in arguing that it was fake and it should be treated with the contempt that it deserves. And that post is on Facebook, and we have a copy of it where he says that why are we always so quick to set people up and paint them as the bad guy or the difficult one? It's a question he asks in relation to conversations surrounding the appointment of running mates, candidates, during last year's primaries, right? Or was it? No, it's this year. It's this year's.
Sunrise on 3FM.
Now, there's been some disturbance as well from the NPP from the weekend. Not in relation to this. I woke up to news of disqualified NPP polling executives storming a regional office and its attendant problems. But I want to shelve all of that just quickly, because this weekend as well, the Vodafone Ghana Music Awards. Oh, it's Telecel Ghana Music Awards now. Telecel Ghana Music Awards. That came off, and Black Sherif emerged with the ultimate, being adjudged Artist of the Year. I want to take us back and relive some of the highlights and the high moments from there, because this is our very own, produced and put together by us here at Media General. And so back into the auditorium from the weekend, where there was quite the celebration as Black Sherif emerged victorious.
Congratulations to you, Black Sherif, winning the ultimate.
TGMA Artist of the Year 2026 as Black Sherif. Congratulations. Artist of the Year TGMA 27. Black Sherif.
But I'm just another guy, just another guy. If I could, you wouldn't tell me to sacrifice it all. Yeah. But I'm just another guy, just
guys, take it easy.
If I could, you wouldn't tell me to sacrifice.
Congratulations, congratulations.
But I'm just another
Black Sherif.
Give me day one, get your crypto, dollar city safer.
TGMA Artist of the Year, very well deserved.
Black Sherif with Iron Boy spending 21 weeks at the #1 spot. Chart-topping projects. Congratulations.
Everything would have been lovely. Just another guy, just another guy. If I could, you wouldn't tell me to sacrifice it all. But I'm just another guy, just another guy. If I could, you wouldn't tell me yes, sir, to sacrifice it all.
In the name of the true and living God, the most merciful, the most compassionate, we are Artists of the Year again. Yes, sir. Thank you so much, TGMA. Thank you. And first of all, thank you to Guinness for the 100K and the listening for the awards. That thing we for share through for the family right now. So the 100K, we won the 100K for Ara the J. And then we won the listening for Gona Boy. Yes, sir. We share the money and the listening for here right now. Second, thank you so much for my people. I appreciate you guys, man. I tell you guys every day. God bless you. And thank you to everybody who listened Thank you to my mom. Thank you to my dad. Thank you to the whole Ghana. Thank you to you watching TV. Thank you to you seeing me right now upon your TV. I love you. May God bless you. Keep listening. I can't say I love you enough. I'll go continue the talk on. And the music is still coming, and it's pop star season. Watch out.
Congratulations. And on that note, it's pop star season. Congratulations to Black Sharif. Congratulations to all the musicians who picked up awards tonight.
Face coming like a Taliban, just a bad man moving bad. All me want is some peace of mind. Oh man. Roll wine in my head, everything I touch is blessing. All I see is blessings, and no man can stop us. Send them away, evil eyes don't watch me. Cause all I see is blessings, and no man can stop us. Oh Lord, I won't stop for nothing. Victory is near, I'm feeling it, and I stay G with it. I won't stop for nothing. Victory is near, I'm feeling it.
3FM Sunrise.
Man don't stay down when man fall. Get up and come for more. Get up and come for more. Man don't stay down when man fall. Get up and come for more. Get up and come for. I get up and come for more. All I see is blessings, and no man can stop us. Send them away, evil eyes don't watch me.
And I'm certain that will be one of the many songs that would have rung through his head as he walked up the stage, that there is oil on his head. 24-year-old, 2 times Artist of the Year already, is a pop star in the making, and inarguably one of the biggest exports we have in terms of music from this country. A huge, huge, huge congratulations to Black Sharif, who my money was on, I'll be honest. My money was on to emerge victorious.
Wendy Shea won't be happy with you.
No, I say this with utmost respect to all of the other artists who were in that category, but it was never in doubt, never in doubt as to who was Artist of the Year.
Well, there are varied opinions, but he stands tall among all of them, especially knowing that his songs are very popular, resonates with a lot of people, especially the younger generation who spend time to follow some of these award schemes, particularly the Telecel Music Awards, who spend time to vote and also to make commentary on social media, record short videos, etc. It doesn't come as a surprise. But medical was also in that same category with him, as well as Wendy Shea, and some folks were rooting for them. Of course, it's normal. But congrats to Blacko. I mean, this is the second time he's winning it. If he wins it for a third time, he would be in the same league with the likes of Sarkodie, right?
I think everybody's won it just twice. The highest
the highest is twice, not thrice.
Who's won it 3 times?
Sarkodie. Hey, Mawuena, update records. Update record.
Yeah. Sarkodie has won it 3 times.
Yeah, so update the records.
Oh, really?
If he wins it another time, in fact, in 2027, he would come on that same pedestal with Sarkodie. And it reminds me of Sarkodie in the early days. I remember Sarkodie because at the same time when he was literally discovered, we were doing TV3 Bands Alive, or just after that, we were doing TV3 Bands Alive. There was a guy on TV3 Talented Kids at the time who was who was a prodigy of Sarkodie. Sarkodie surprised him, and Fastest Rapper Alive, all those conversations around Sarkodie, how he shot to fame in a very short time and has maintained the steez and all of that. So he would come into that same Sarkodie early days category, and I dare say that now he has a lot more international appeal, both on the African continent. If you ask our Nigerian brothers, our South African brothers and sisters, they'll tell you, Blacko is also top on their playlist as well. If you travel to the Europes and the Americas, etc. Sarkodie twice. Okay, so that's heavyweight.
No, Artist of the Decade.
Artist of the Decade, and then Artist of the Year twice.
So I knew it was 2 times.
Yes, but
Artist of the Decade is what makes you argue.
But Artist of the Decade is heavier than Artist of the Year. You know.
Well, to one extent, I mean, he's been
Artist of the Decade is weightier, it's heavier than Artist of the Year. So here we go. Congrats to Blacko. I couldn't watch because Charlie, we're out there in the savannah and the other places working and digging out what information we could find. But Ghana's Most Beautiful is 20 years. I'm sure you know about that.
Absolutely.
For 20 solid years, it's been an amazing journey. Redefining beauty to promote national unity, demonstrating and displaying culture, tradition, and tourism and arts all put together. So over the weekend, we were in the northern region. We went to the Yendi, the Bewa Palace, and to see the overlord of the Dagban kingdom himself, Yana, who is also the overlord of the kingdom of which I'm proud to be associated with. He was magnanimous enough to grant us audience. I was privileged also enough to have sat in his council on that day because of my title as a chief up north. I had the privilege of addressing the Yana. I was with Brenda Entry as well as Mawuto from APL. We had gone there to take the king's thoughts on what Ghana's Most Beautiful experience has been over the last 20 years, and also to specially invite him to join the Royal Ball, which will happen on the 6th of June at the Labadi Beach Hotel 2026. Well, Iana had a lot of glowing tribute for Ghana's Most Beautiful, talking about how the celebration doesn't separate, the diversity doesn't separate us, but actually makes us unique. The fact that Ghana's Most Beautiful has, on many different occasions, made us united, has brought development to many different parts of the country. And that's the Yana spokesperson, now Doctor. They're making a speech on behalf of His Royal Majesty. We also had the opportunity to speak with the overlord of the Bogu traditional area. That's my paramount chief, Bona Salifutia II. Mawuena, it will interest you to know that on this occasion, the Yana acknowledged my work, and he gifted me a big fugu, and you can see there a hearty handshake with the Yana.
Absolutely.
These things don't come easy. You're shaking hands with our very own version of the Asante Hene or the Gamanche, and on this occasion, this happened last Saturday. But
so the fugu, was it another
title? I must be honest. I don't remember the title. I must be honest. I was so excited. I didn't expect it. This was not prearranged. This was not.
So a fugu on a fugu.
So you know what happens? Sorry, if you are a sub chief and you come before in terms of hierarchy, the Yana is the king, the Lion King, the overlord, and then you have paramountcies around him, and then you have sub chiefs around him. So mine is like level down there. So when you come before him, or even my paramount chief, I come before him, you'd have to go down on your knees literally and start, greeting, and so you'll be giving an opportunity to appear before him and all of that. As soon as we went in, I had briefed the team that this is what would happen. So let's go in there and do it and just be free. We got in there. I went down on my knees, started praying. And then the Yana spokesperson said, in fact, she said, no. You're a titled man. Come and sit in the council. The other team members go and sit here. They will greet for you. You don't have to be greeting for them. They have to be greeting for you because this is actually your house. And it tells you how, even though I am not an indigenous of the North, when you do the good stuff like Ghana's Most Beautiful at 20, it comes with its own good fragrance. Diana, in also speaking, said that, look, at the end of the day, he wants the maidens of the North and all across the country to participate in this year's Ghana's Most Beautiful. When the auditions are opened, the forms are out there. He encourages them to be part of it and also know that it is a platform that is beneficial. He mentions particularly projects that have come from the Ghana's Most Beautiful platform for the celebration of our culture, our heritage, education, and also impacting lives in many different ways. So that was the wrap that we had over the weekend. You usually don't get it easy like that, but well, ways and means, we got it there, and there we have it.
Congratulations to you again. I believe is in order. Right. There's a lot. A number of us, or a few of us, have got to learn in relation to tradition, particularly up north. But it's always lovely to see when commendations come and they come your way in the manner in which they do. And
we didn't expect it, but what do we say?
Yeah, we say a big thank you. To the Yana. So 20 years.
And the Yana has confirmed his attendance of the Royal Ball that will happen at the Labadi Beach Hotel for the 20th anniversary celebration of the Ghana's Most Beautiful pageant that will happen on the 6th of June 2026. So it's also all great joy that the Yana himself will be there in flesh and blood.
It will make it even more interesting this year's edition of Ghana's Most Beautiful. Who emerges victorious in the 20th edition of Ghana's Most Beautiful. Our last winner is from the Volta region.
That's right. From the Volta region.
I think she was also on the stage with Noella. To announce a winner during the TGMAs, right? The TGMAs. And so I look forward to that. I mean, knowing that our last winner is from the Volta region, I doubt there will be a winner from the Volta region on the 20th.
It doesn't really.
I know it doesn't really matter. It's performance and voting.
Yeah, I've hosted a show for 5 years out of the 20, and that's not how many people assume that. Oh, this year if we get a winner from say Central region, the next year the possibility of getting a winner from the Central region is very slim. That's not how it works. You have to come and demonstrate that you understand your people's culture, you understand your people's tradition, that you have a project that will inure to the benefit of the people, not just here in Ghana, but can transcend borders and intrude into circles. You would have to come with your A game. It's a show, so you have to perform, right? Because there's a stage for you. So there's a show, you have your talent, you have to perform. And that's it. I like a phrase in there, or maybe two sentences in there, that beautiful song. I've forgotten the name of the composer immediately, but I had to. It's an Acel. That's his name, Acel. Life in this world is a great struggle for both the young. There's a second voice, a second verse that says that we all have our talents. I have mine. You have yours. You develop yours. I develop mine. The problem comes when painters want to do the work of prime ministers, when they clearly know that they are not fit for that purpose. You understand? So if you come onto the Ghana's Most Beautiful stage and you do not have a fair idea or a firm idea of what your talent or your skill set is, and you are not willing to open up to be shaped so that you are able to deliver the way you are expected to deliver, then you would find yourself wanting, because it will just be you trying to chew, pour, pass, and forget. I'll give you a classical example. When I joined TV3 Bands Live in 2008, I was not a singer. I had not been in a band. I was not a singer. But I had been acting for some time prior to that. And I was going against people who were singing on a daily basis, on a weekend. They would go on the live bandstand, enjoy all those stuff. So what did I do? I said, let me put my ladder on the right wall. My right wall is that I can act. My right wall is that I can commit scripts to memory and deliver it. That's my right war. So I would watch the videos and then seek to get into the character of the musician, and then all the mannerisms and the actions and everything else. I come on stage and you see it that I'm singing, but I am acting. You get the point? Whereas those other folks who had been singing for all these years, all these donkey years, they come on stage and they're singing. So we're competing on the same stage, but we're using different methodologies to compete on the same stage. That's the kind of thing that I would encourage my dear sisters to come to the stage with. That you're coming to the stage because you are in it to win it. You're coming to the stage because you're bringing on your A game. You're coming to the stage because you're open for to be trained. And one of the other great things that Diana said is that we as a people must also be interested in connecting to our origins and our ancestries. And that's what Ghana's Most Beautiful has been able to do over the last 20 years, that we should connect to our ancestries. Once we connect to our ancestries and our origins and our traditions and our culture, I'm sure we will do better. We will not fancy Obroni stuff. We will fancy our stuff, because Blofonyo elaka wakeche. Sani wo bashia. Ona, sani wo bashia. Blofonyo elaka wakeche. Isake wo bashia. Mawuena.
Right. In moving on to other matters, I think we've seen the NPP's committee, 212 individuals in separate committees. And also there was some skirmishes as well, but maybe I'll start with the committees and what you make of particularly handing out roles to persons who contested him during this year's primary as well. What you've made of it and the concerns about youth possibly being a part of it, and we're not seeing a lot of youthful representation in the 212 plus committee that's been put out.
Well, I think that, first of all, if you go into a contest and you lose, it doesn't mean that that's the end of the game for you. And so for the presidential candidate of the NPP to have indicated, or now we know it is confirmed, that those who contested him in that fiercely fought presidential primaries have been handed roles to be able to join in the campaign towards the NPP's victory in 2028 is a welcome idea. It shows a mark of leadership, and it shows a mark of camaraderie. For me, it doesn't mean that it always have to be about you, and this is a demonstration and a testament that if you contest and lose, you must find space to know that there's a bigger vision and a bigger picture than your individual parochial interest, and that's what is important. So I'm happy that the likes of Dr. Osei Duchu, Member of Parliament for the Bosomtwi area, who also contested for the presidency, is a co-chair now for the Education Committee. Prince Hamid, you know Prince Hamid back in the day, was at NACA, right? He's also a Member of Parliament now. Tabitha Ayela, Dr. Kwabena Bempatan, Dosamoni Palm, all good in their fields. And then you find Dr. Brian Ichampon, Member of Parliament for that's in Price, right? In Price constituency in the Eastern region. He also contested. Former Minister for Agric, former National Security, Deputy National Security Minister, former Deputy Interior Minister, Interior Minister of the State. He accepted it. It's also a good show. Reverend Johnnie Tim Fojo, MP for Asin South, and then you have Richard Jamefi, Fatima Abubakar. So Fatima to Abubakar, for example, former Deputy Chief of Staff, former Minister for Information, is a young person. And then you have Kwesi Botwe Junior Esquire, is also secretary to the Committee of Security, Intelligence and Defense. And then he is also a young, very, very young person. In fact, he is way younger than Fatima Abubakar. And Reverend John Ntimfo, when you see him to be an old man, he's not an old man. He's a young man, all right? He's a young man. He's in his early 40s.
The definition of young in politics is always interesting.
It's not about somebody who is like 25, 29, 32. If he's a young man, he's in his early 40s. Engineer Kwabena J. Japan is here on the Committee on Roads. He also contested, and suffice to say that it's healthy to have seen him also accept the role. And this is not the first time Engineer Kwabena J. Japan, for example, is doing that. You remember when he contested Dr. Bawumia the first time, he made a very, very strong comments about how the Akufo-Addo Bawumia government had failed and that Dr. Bawumia was not fit for purpose, etc. The people who took us into the ditch cannot be the same people who take us out of the ditch. Right after that, when he lost the primaries, he decided to tag along with Dr. Bawumia, and you will find that in most places where Dr. Bawumia was found during that campaign in 2024, he was with Dr. Bawumia seated right to his left or sometimes to his right, seated on a high table with him and all of that. Daniel Boachi is there, Dr. Kessie Osupoku is there, Alice Yakubu is a young person as well, Mawuena. Alice Yakubu is a very, very young person. Mavis Nkansa Boedu is young. Mavis Nkansa Boedu is young. Kofi Tonto is young. Elena Madeko is young. And that's the Committee on Employment and Jobs. So Kennedy Ohinie Japan is their former MP for Asin Central, and a business mogul as well. He is there as well. Happy to have accepted. So there are conversations about him forming a new party. There are conversations about him not accepting the roles. There are conversations about him going to do a showdown part 2 and all of that. His acceptance of this Employment and Jobs Committee to be in the working towards the 2028 elections in itself is very, very, very commendable. Now, we go to the other committees. I'm sure we're done with the committees, right? That's all. So these are the committees. So you can find, I disagree with you when you say that you can't find youthful representation.
No, not that you can't find. The conversation has been a ratio. And I've seen that a lot on social media.
Kojo Nkrumah is not an old man. He's in his early 40s.
There's a vast majority of it was the much older generation, considering these were the individuals, a chunk of them were in the helm of affairs. They would have expected, and these are sentiments from NPP young persons.
So I'm
they would
saying,
have expected a lot more younger faces to take up
Mawuena,
some of these.
I'm saying to you
things.
now that Kojo Nkrumah, who is, for example, chairman of the policy committee, is not an old man. He's in his early 40s. Kojo Nkrumah. Dr. Kwesi Nyame Befi, same. So how much younger representation again is being sought for? Flip to the other committees. So now we have counted 2, right? We have counted 2. Now on this particular committee, I cannot, Dr. Kabiru is a young person, right? So we have counted 3. Now let's go to the other committees. Then you look at a committee like, here I can find the Policy Committee, Finance and Economy. I can't find, I can't say I can find a young person because Issa Hussein is not a small boy. He looks very, very young.
But he's not entirely young. Looks young is not young.
Yes, and he looks very, very young, but he is not, because I know that he is not a small boy. I know Issa Hussein. I can't say same for Dr. Frank Bano as well. But then you go to a committee like the Health Committee. Dr. Ezekiel Ejekumobing, it's a young man. Kelvin Oforijima, young man. Dr. Kia Mwaku, young woman. So how many have we counted so far? I've counted about 8, right? Then you move to, and this, we're looking at the totality of the committees, right? The totality of the committees. The Energy Committee, I don't see any young person there, right? I don't see any young person there. Then you move on. here as well on the education committee, I don't see any young, if you will. Yeah. And then you move on to the security, intelligence, and defense and name designation. So you had Reverend Johnnie Timfojo, you had Hajia Fatima Abubakar Esquire, you had Kwesi Botwe Junior Esquire. They are young people. So we are counting the ratio, right? And then we'll go to the committee on roads. Alice Yakubu is the young person you can pick on that committee. Then we'll go to the other committee as well. Committee on employment. So we have counted now 11, 12, right? Then Mavis in Kansa Boedu, 13. Then you count Elena Madeku, 14. You count Kofi Tonto, 15. Then you move on. So 15 out of how many people? Right?
I
What's
want
the totality?
I want to get the full list of.
I thought that was what we were looking at.
No, these are just excerpts.
Okay.
Actually, these are just excerpts. So it's quite the list, right? It's quite the list, and these are just excerpts that we've pulled together for viewers. I know yesterday as well, the General Secretary of the party was live, seeking to explain away, following what has been a number of concerns. And to the Finance Committee, we see Fred Owari, Dr. Charles Jamina, Honorable Akusio Fremo Seyo Pari, Nana Ajwa Dokuya, William Opon Biu, Irene Na Toshiado, Honorable Abena Oseyasari, Ambassador Edward Boating, Joseph Ampoma Bosumpim, Adelaide Ashreng, Al-Hassan Yakubu Tali. That is the Finance Committee, composition of standing committees. So we're dealing with standing committees. Then we go to Electoral Affairs, right? So the standing committees, we have A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and then we go to sector committees as well. And the sector committees is where it's a lot. It's up to V. Sector committees is up to V, and then we have religious and chieftaincy committees. So let me go through and this is quite a long list. Do you have it, or I should share?
I don't have it.
Let me try and get
you
this
can't share with me.
Shared
off WhatsApp.
Okay, I'll share with Frederick so that this can be put on the screen. It's quite a number of images. So I mentioned the Finance Committee, which is a standing committee. Then of the standing committees as well, there's the Electoral Affairs Committee, which has the Honorable Osei Bunsuamwa, that's Obi Yamwa, Evans Nimakun, Peter McMenu, Henry Nanabuachi, the Honorable Samuel Atachia, Honorable Matthew Poku Prempe, Honorable Patrick Yaoboama, Honorable Kwame Enyimadu Entry, Honorable Esla Gifty Owusu Ekufo, oh, she's gifty, Honorable Martin J. Mensa Kosa, Honorable Ida Ajwa Asiedu, Gary Nimaku Mafo, Sam Ellis, Dr. Augustine Blay, Felicia Tete, and Vincent Ufuri. That's Electoral Affairs. Then there is Disciplinary Committee. Kwesi Amwakwata is a chair. Elizabeth Utuka, Kwabna Otridaku Mensa, Diana Asanaba Dapa, Salam Ama Apienima Damata, Kwame Osei Prempe, Makafu Ikofi Wanya, and Engineer Kwesi Abiasi. That's the Disciplinary Committee. Then there is a Policy Committee which Kojo Ponkruma is chairing. He is the chair of that committee. Then there is Dr. Kwesi Nyame Befi, Dr. Antoinette Chibudaku. So even the list that we have, I didn't see Dr. Chibudaku's name. Honorable Oseiche Mensa Buntu, Kweku Kwatin, Dr. Mohammed Amin Adam, Dr. Gideon Boaku, Dr. Kabiru Tia Mahama, Dr. Jimaima Nuno, Dr. Mutaka Alulu, and Evron Rothschild Hughes. Is a relative of yours?
Yeah, it's my cousin.
Evron Rothschild Hughes.
Rothschild, yeah.
is a member of the policy committee. Organizational committee. Some of the committees, the numbers are not the same. There's some 8, there's some 16, there's some 11. Organizational committee, for instance, is 8. Anthony Abeifa Kabu leads that committee or is a chair. Henry Nana Boachi. So the membership cuts across. You could be a member and you'll be in different committees, because I've seen Nana be in another committee and it's in the organizational committee as well. Divine Otu Agohum also is in this committee. Gloria Owusu, Mohammed Ejay Sowa, so former mayor, Archibald Kobena, Perpetual Lomoki, and Richard Jimfi. Lomoki. And Richard Jimfi are all members of the organizational committee. There's a research committee as well. Professor Kingsley Nyako is also a member of parliament, is chairing that. Dr. Ernest Owusu-Kumi. There is Dr. Antoinette Chibudako, again her name appears here. Dr. Emmanuel Mafo, Dr. Prince Hamid Ama, Dr. Richard Richman, Eric Ochai Bafo, Peter Oting, Ibrahim Mensa Aqua, and Abdullah Abubakar Sadiq as well. Then the last of the standing committees is a communications committee, which has Nana Komia chairing, Richard Ahiagba being the secretary, Florence Oboshisai Kofi is a member, Kojo Ponkroma is a member, Gideon Bako is a member, George Anda is making a return to frontal politics. Fatih Abubakar is there. Akwesi Ajiman, Perry Okujeto, Yao Adomako Befi, Dennis Miracles Abuaji, Kofi Tonto, Haruna Mohammed, Dr. Ekwia Amwaku, Kwame Bafo Abronye, and Prince J. These are the standing committee members. Before, that's why I was saying it was just a brief excerpt of it, and that is where the concern as to youth comes in. But your expectations, nonetheless, of them, and the task that has been laid out for them in the lead up to elections 2028.
I think that the party in its own wisdom decided that these are the individuals that can help them to, come to power in 2028. If you look at the electoral defeat that the MPP faced in 2024, it begs no question to say that the MPP has indeed a lot of work to do in trying to win the Ghanaian populace again, in trying to get the attention of the people, in trying to win back the loyalty and bring back the love. It doesn't also lie in my mouth to decide and dictate how the committees work, because in the past there have been instances when I have had cause to make suggestions on live television and on primetime television and radio for that matter that was poo-pooed. So I get the indication that, well, my advice is not necessary, it's not needed, and I'm sure that the committee is very well vexed, according to the party, to deliver on the mandates that has been given to them. What am I to say, Mawuena? What am I to say?
You just be quiet.
Yes, because in the past, if you said it and they say shut up, what are you to say? The party knows its current position. It knows where it has come from. It has chosen people that it thinks can help to bounce back to power and appeal to the Ghanaian electorate. I wish them well. But if you ask me what advice do I have for them and expectations and all of them, I expect them to do well. But advice, what have I to say? Who am I?
Right. It's another week, and we're still yet to see the Metro Mass buses hit the road. I saw the Deputy Transport Minister shared pictures of being in China and some presentations made about how to deal with transportation and what have you. I saw the Deputy Metromas MD as well being a part of that journey. All well and good. I've seen some of the conversations surrounding that visit, and persons asking legitimate questions as to whether all of that is necessary. Because we've seen visits like that in the past. They amounted to nothing. And so anybody asking questions like that will be fair and will be in their rights to ask same. What we are asking this morning here on the show is, where are the buses?
Exactly.
And why are the buses still not on the road? It's been over a month. Why are the buses still not on the road? That is unacceptable.
It's a question to ask and answers to be delivered.
Yes. But it's a fair comment to say it's unacceptable. It's been over a month. Registration processes and all of that. If the people are front and center, respectfully, this should be out by now.
You know, the last time this conversation came out, I said that we have no business keeping the buses away from the people, because the essence of procuring the buses were because we said transport fares were high. We wanted to make sure that these buses will price lower. That was one. Number two, they will make the lives of the citizenry more comfortable. Number three, we were going to have a system where our country was going to run its own bus system. And then also, we said that this was going to be a game changer. So, if for over a month buses have been procured, and mind you, the next set of buses are supposed to come in, say, July or so, right? July, August, thereabout. We're May, June, July, and then we'll enter August. We have not seen the buses that came. We have not benefited from them to even check to say, oh, it is fit for purpose. This is how people feel about it, or what people feel about it. This is how receptive the people have been to these buses. And we are getting closer to the period when we would have to bring in the next tranche of the buses. Now, I think that because it was the president himself, President John Dramani Mahama, who himself, gave the directive and ensured that the buses were brought and gave instruction to the ministry that this had to be done in a particular way, I think that it behoves on him, the President of the Republic, or the Chief of Staff for that matter, to make an immediate call and give another instruction to say that you have to get this on the road. You have to get this on the road. Get it on the road before it is too late. Because at the end of the day, whether we like it or not, we have gone to bring the buses. The buses must not be left to rot. And I recall, I'll be very hurt and I'm very angry if the buses are left to rot. Because in this country, remember
they can't be left to rot.
No, we have done something in this country before. Remember the local government school? We brought some gallopers, right? Some 4x4 gallopers. We brought them into this country and we left them in the bush. We have done some in this country before. We brought ambulances, Mawuena, you remember? And we packed them at Burma camp. We left them in the bush. So I would be, and all these were things that were done in the past that the Ghanaian people got angry about. We should not feel differently about this one because a regime has changed. No. We must be able to tell them that we need the buses. We don't need them for demonstration. We don't need them for some political expediency. That's not why we procure the buses. We procure the buses so that this morning, if somebody wakes up and says that I am going to work, I need to catch a bus, there's a bus that will be readily available for the person to catch, and not to go and be struggling with people over trotros and
Johnnie.
fighting, and it's so painful and so discomforting. So again, we make an appeal specially and respectfully to the President of the Republic. Mr. President, sir, you gave the instructions for the buses to be procured. You gave instructions for even the fares to be reduced. You gave instructions for cameras and stuff to be fitted into them. Mr. President, we want to see the buses in action. And you see, the Ministry of Transport cannot come and tell us that they are going through registration processes. The Ministry of Transport is an arm of government. No, it's a wing of government, not an arm, a wing of government. The DVLA, the Driver and Vehicle License Authority, is also a wing of government. If a government agency and another government agency cannot have a conversation to agree to say, we can register the buses for you in 2 weeks, then there's a problem. Because the truth of the matter is that we knew the specifications of the buses. The truth of the matter is that we knew that the buses were coming. All we needed was for that, the testing officers would be there, and we knew that we were going to have drivers for these buses. Did we train the drivers? Did we agree on the routes to be used? We ought to have the buses on the road and not to be making excuses for it. I clearly don't get it. I clearly don't get it.
Challenging,
I clearly don't get it.
Coming to terms with the fact that things are still the same, particularly on the roads. Also, an appeal, and it's been 2 weeks since this happened. The pedestrian walkway at the Jubilee House, just in front of our place, going towards the bus stop at Flagstaff House. The entire place has been barricaded. I've seen police officials who work at the Jubilee House, when they close, instead of having to walk on the pedestrian pathway, are having to walk on the road because the entire place has been barricaded. Respectfully, that is not safety protocol. Yes, we can understand the vicinity and the entire area being a national security area, no cameras and what have you. But we can allow the ordinary Ghanaian use the pedestrian walkway to their respective place of work to get their buses and do whatever. The decision to barricade that entire stretch is affecting even the security officials, some of whom work at the Jubilee House.
You know, number 10 Downing Street, right, in the United Kingdom, you can actually walk in front of it. You can walk in front of it.
Yeah.
That's where the Prime Minister, you can walk in front of that gate. Now, if you want to take over the pavement or the walkway in front of the former French embassy, which is next to the Jubilee House, right, which is opposite the former offices of the Information Services Department, which is diagonally opposite at the Sunway or Media General on the John Hammond Street, then the easiest thing you could have done was to have put a pavement in front of ISD, where Auntie Philly sells her food, all the way to where Fatih is, right to the junction, and then do another pavement if you are going down towards Prudential Bank on the side, so people can actually have small access, and if they want to cross the street to come and pick their Trotskys or their taxis in front of TV3, they can come and do that. But you do not create an alternative for the people, but you have taken over where the people have to walk. So now you have people walking on the street, which is dangerous. They are walking on the streets and they are not facing they are not facing traffic. The traffic is behind them. So imagine if a reckless driver decides to just speed off. Do you know how many people could be in danger because of that situation? And you see, in the name of national security in this country, we do a lot of things. Unexplained, we don't sometimes understand it. We sometimes try to think around it. But sometimes it doesn't make sense. And when you ask for it to make sense to you, they tell you it is national security. That is what sometimes puts me off. Yes, we understand national security cannot be ordinary to the ordinary man. We understand. But you see, the national security is supposed to protect me. True or false? If the national security, which is supposed to protect me, is now literally endangering my life by taking over the walkway or the pavement on which I'm supposed to walk, then there's a problem. I remember sometime about 2 years ago or so, I spoke about the pavement on the frontage of the Ghana National Fire Service headquarters down here at Cantonments. They had done a similar thing, and people were complaining. I spoke about it. It didn't take much for them to take it off, because next to the Ghana National Fire Service was the UNDP office, and the UNDP had not cordoned off its frontage. Is the fire service bigger than UNDP? Mawuena, is the fire service bigger than the UNDP? That's a UNO. Is the fire service bigger than the UN? So what are we talking about? Sometimes, if we want to, put men there. Put men there. Because you always have men in black suits with white shirts there. Put men there and let them actually assist the people to walk. In fact, even draw a red line to say, don't cross this red line. You can walk on this side of the pavement. So at least there's some... But if you cordon off the whole place, it's not because it's an access road for any national security vehicles to get in at top speed, but you have just blocked the place, barricaded off the place.
It's a walking, it's a sidewalk.
Exactly, I'm saying.
It's not
Look, when the French embassy was there, whole country, people were walking in front of it. The whole country, the French embassy.
So at that time, that entire stretch was France, actually.
Yes, it was France, but we were going to France every morning, and afternoon and evening. So what are we talking about? What are we talking about?
So please, let's, because I see people people go through that stretch every day. People who live around go through that stretch every day, and they are forced to walk on the road. Let it not be a basis for something happening before we begin to relook or revisit that subject matter. Respectfully to all of the persons in authority who man and guard and ensure safety along the precinct of the Jubilee House. All right, we'll go for sports pretty shortly, and there's a lot of excited Arsenal fans in and around the world. Right, Makafui is one of such. Yesterday they got a very important victory, as dubious as it seemed.
Oh, come on, please. Yesterday they played good football.
They didn't play any
They played good football. Yesterday they played good football. Yesterday I was at the Tamale airport. I was watching the football. I was watching the match. They played good football.
Should have.
Why are you hating?
Should have ended in a draw.
Why are you hating?
Oh, I'm not hating. I'm just only being fair in my analysis. I think I've been fair,
but
to a great extent.
Is that your fairness? Is that they should have drawn or lost?
No, I don't say they should have lost. I'm saying that West Ham's goal should have stood.
But was it a fair goal?
It was a fair goal.
According to who? You or the referee?
No, according to the principles laid down by the same referee. The same referees who refereed games where similar acts were committed and didn't call it a foul. Well, same referees in the VAR pool on the pitch and all of that.
It's discretionary.
It's not. There must be consistency in the...
It's discretionary. The referee can say that, this guy is not known to do this, so let it pass.
You understand? That's the only thing. Otherwise, I mean, I congratulated them on winning the league title, I think a week or so ago.
Right. But you're not happy about this victory.
And so I personally do not have any qualms.
But you are not happy about this victory.
No, I'm just...
Are you happy about this victory?
I'm just one...
Oh, no. Are you happy about this victory?
If I could finish, and then I will answer the question.
No, I want you to answer, then you can explain.
I am just for... I am just for a bit more in terms of consistency.
Okay.
Right? And so let us be consistent.
Are you happy
the argument is
about
that
this
there should be
victory?
consistency.
Are you happy about this victory?
Oh, they are happy.
Are you Mawuena?
Oh, I'm not
Eric.
I'm not an Arsenal fan, and so I am a neutral. I really have no
it's okay, I understand.
Feelings
but are you happy
in relation
about this
to
victory?
it. No, I'm neutral. That's the point I'm making. I'm not an Arsenal fan, so I can't be happy excited or sad. All I'm saying is that there should be consistent. I'm a Chelsea fan,
right?
And so what happens to my club is what gives me excitement.
Okay.
What happens to Arsenal will not give me excitement if they win. I'm a neutral in that sense of the word.
I see.
So happiness, the question of being happy will not. I don't want to say it's a wrong question, but it doesn't qualify in terms of me being a neutral.
You just don't want to be happy for them. That's all. That's all you are saying.
Oh, I think I've congratulated them long enough.
You typed it.
I typed what?
You typed the congratulatory message. I want you to say it.
I've congratulated them here on air actually that they will win the league, and so congratulations to Arsenal.
But congratulate them for this.
No, for this victory, I think it was a bit unfair on West Ham. Yeah, I mean, decisions like this, and we're all football fans. This is some of the tiny details. It can decide whether or not West Ham will end up relegated.
Right.
You understand?
Right.
And so that's why people are saying that, look,
they could have done better.
Yes, let's stay consistent on the front. And for West Ham, they felt very aggrieved because last week as well, they should have got a penalty, which they didn't get. And subsequently, the conversation was, they should have got a penalty, but the referee did not give it to them. They lost the game.
Right.
And in this instance, they feel they got an equalizer because the goalkeeper really did not have the situation under control. And they didn't get that 1 point, which by the end of the season, because there are 3 more games to go, is it 2 more games to go? It could have determined how their season went and all of that. And so that's just it. But otherwise, I mean, I have considered that Arsenal have won the league.
Right.
And so there cannot be a concern from my part again in relation.
Mawuena has sent you, McCaffrey has sent you a message.
No, he's here too. These days, the last time I said, why argue with an Arsenal fan when you can just wait? He sent me, he said,
Masa, be careful.
Be careful. You know you are talking about my
Be careful
my team.
there. Be careful anyway.
So I've considered on that score. But now they will win the league. The Champions League remains to be seen. Because that's a one-off game, and it's anybody's game, to be very fair.
Right.
It's anybody's game.
Let me say thank you to a few people who helped us while we were away in Tamale and Yendi as well. Mr. Osman Mubarak, he works with the Tamale teaching, Tamale Technical University. He's also a very influential person up north. He helped us. My own Sona Fashions, Amazu Shiraz Sona, he also helped us driving us around the place. My paramount chief, Bona Salifutia II, the paramount chief of the Bogu traditional area in the Dagban Kingdom. Thank you to him. Also to the PRO of Yana and the registrar of Yana, spokesperson of Yana. We appreciate all of them greatly for coming through for us. Who am I forgetting? I hope I don't forget anybody. But to everybody who assisted us greatly, we appreciate you deeply, and I'm sure that in the coming days we will send you a text message again to say thank you very much indeed. But Mawuena, one of the things that caught my attention yesterday, and was very interesting. So I got on the plane, and here was the Minister for Energy, Dr. John Abdullahi Jinapo, in the plane with us. Was in the first seat. And when you're coming to land, Akutoka, you get to see an aerial view, an eagle's eye view of what the city looks like and whether or not the city has light or doesn't have light. So I was now sitting, right behind him. I think about 3rd seat or so. So I was watching him because I wanted to be sure. But while we're in Tamale, the lights went off, came on, went off, came on a couple of times. So I was seated behind him and I was watching him. And as the plane descended, you could see that Accra was lit, like the whole place. And he kept his head and his eyes,
gaze,
he was just looking at the
looking.
window, through the window, and throughout the period he was just watching. So he watched, and yesterday I should say that while we're descending around 7 o'clock ish, 7 p.m. ish, the lights were on. And so I went to tease him that the Minister for Energy monitors a bright Accra from the skies. I went to tease him, and he laughed at it. So I want to say good morning to the Honorable Dr. John Jinapo as well. We want him to keep the lights on because industries depend on it, because the barber depends on it, because the welder depends on it, because hairdressers depend on it, because all others who require electricity depend on it. Hospitals, clinics, schools, what have you, bakeries, name them. Everybody depends on electricity. And yesterday you could see him satisfied and smiling and happy that at least he is coming home from Tamale and the lights were on. I don't know when last your lights went off, Mawuena, but I didn't come home yesterday to light off. Were your lights on yesterday?
I suffered a low voltage situation. I reached out to ECG officials.
Right.
It went off and then it returned with the lights on after about an hour or so.
But the lights stayed on.
Yes.
But the voltage was not what you were looking for.
Yes.
Okay. Bill. Charlie, Mawuena has been making certain claims here. I'm sure you are the only one who can properly deal with him, even though you're both wearing brown.
What are those claims? What are the claims?
He said that yesterday, the goal that Arsenal scored.
Oh no, the West Ham
goal.
Yes.
Yesterday that they scored was a suspicious goal, and that it should not be accepted.
Yeah, I think Raya was impeded. Raya was impeded. No, it was quite clear. I mean, the West Ham player held Raya's hand. There was another player pulling Raya's shirt. If it was an outfield player, I think the referees won't mind. But usually the goalkeeper is the most protected person in football. You can't impede him when he's trying to make a save from a corner.
Right.
So it was the right decision all around. I don't know why people were so angry on social media and all of that. But hey,
there's a saying in football that winners celebrate, losers explain.
You go explain.
You understand?
You go
in this instance, BECE will justify for all intents and purposes the fact that the goalkeeper was impeded.
Right.
But he and I both know that Raya did not have the situation under control.
Right.
And the pushing and shoving, even if the player's arm was not in the air, Raya would not have flashed onto that ball.
We don't care.
Thank you.
That's the point.
That's the point.
That's the admission. So that was what you were trying to say.
Exactly.
Okay.
Which is the point I was making, that the goal should have stood. Because we're talking fine margins for a team struggling or battling relegation. I mean, I think I've sat here and I've considered, if you look at the last two games, Arsenal will win those games easily. They'll win the league. It's never been in doubt.
It's a given.
Exactly. They'll win the league.
Say it again.
So I've said it.
Oh, he said it.
I've said it.
Even this morning before you go.
Yeah, I've said it.
You didn't say it whilst I was here.
Oh, but I've said this when you've been here.
You see, I'm talking about this one.
You understand? And so I've said Arsenal will win the league. That's very clear. Because the Man City that is behind them is not the Man City of old, which gave teams sleepless nights. You understand? So they will win the league. I'm only talking about fine margins in terms of consistency. And he knows the goalkeeper didn't have the situation under control. Whether or not there was pushing and shoving. And that's just one aspect of why the goal was disallowed.
Right.
If you go and you replay... if you replay the scenario again...
Finish.
Right? There were about 2 or 3 penalty calls for West Ham.
Right.
In that box alone. I'm just speaking about that
the
goal.
Technicalities.
No, just that equalizer, which should have gone in favor of West Ham, and yet the officials completely overlooked it. If they are relegated, they can look back at an instance like, because a week ago they felt they had a clear penalty. They didn't get that.
That's right.
I'm just talking fine margins in terms of consistency. That's all.
That's all you are.
So you can.
Yes.
Now, what did you want to say?
Yes, consistency. You know that this season Arsenal have had so many calls go against them. I quite remember against Nottingham Forest. You remember Ola Aina literally used his hand to hit the ball in the penalty box. VAR ignored it, and he even came to troll us on social media right after.
You see,
because he knew.
You see
what he had done.
You see,
he knew. He came to troll us.
The point I am making.
Yeah, I used my hand to do that.
You see, and we dropped points on that game.
We
dropped points.
I am not one who is arguing about
somebody's hand hitting the ball or
series of actions in the lead up to
the whole point is the consistency.
The point I am making, the point I am making is that in that frame which captures a supposed foul, there is an actual foul, which is overlooked. In fact, 2.
So what he just said, I mean, alludes to what you
exactly. That's the point I'm making. But
I'm also saying that.
But I mean, it comes back to the fact that
everybody in this league
at some point.
Oh yeah.
At some point
you go. At some point you go. You
go feel them.
I have complained a number of times earlier this season.
You feel it, but you have to take it cool.
You have to chest it.
Yeah, like Buko Banko said,
because
don't allow them.
Because one time the inconsistency will go in your favor, and you take it.
You'll benefit from it.
You benefit.
I mean, that's
City versus Brentford, the recent game. There was a penalty incident that was overlooked
for Brentford.
That was overlooked.
I mean,
that's a red card. It was overlooked. Bernardo Silva versus Everton. He literally acted like a Brock Lesnar.
He grabbed him.
Dragged him to the floor.
That's why I make the point that
the
inconsistency exists. I am just speaking to a point
where within the inconsistencies.
No, in just this game.
Why are you singling this one out?
No, because like Bill mentioned, there are inconsistencies to and fro in terms of officiating.
Right.
Who are the biggest beneficiaries? Arsenal have been. That cannot be a debate. And I think he himself seated here will agree. They've been the biggest beneficiaries. I don't want to make that a point. I am only saying that in this game.
No, you just made that point.
I need him to understand that yes, he can make reference to other instances where calls may have gone against them. But if we talk about the biggest beneficiaries of inconsistency in the league, this which helped keep them sane, because had it been a loss, then they would have been in trouble, right? But that's just it. And so yeah, I'm fair in my analysis. I struggle to understand why Arsenal fans believe there's some agenda.
Because you have
or
been
something.
on their case for a very, very long
time. I've not been on their case.
He said, why talk about an Arsenal fan when he can just wait?
Why argue with an Arsenal fan when you can just wait?
Yeah, so keep waiting.
You're waiting for the defeat.
You're waiting for which one?
I always say, why argue with an Arsenal fan when you can just wait?
You're waiting for what?
You're waiting for what?
So we wait. Pedestrian will do sports for us now.
Hello, good morning, and welcome to the sports segment here on Sunrise on 3FM 92.7. My name is Bill Ishen. We start off with game week 32 of the Ghana Premier League. Hearts of Oak saw their title hopes officially come to an end after being held to a goalless draw by Diana FC at the Accra Sports Stadium. The Phobians needed victory to keep their slim chances alive, but were frustrated by a disciplined Idiana side in a tense and hard-fought encounter. My colleague Mutala Yakubu was at the venue and filed this report.
It's always an action-packed weekend when the Ghana Premier League is on, and match day 32 also lived up to expectation. With 2 games to end the season, Heartful were hoping to solidify their position in the top 4, but unfortunately for them, as this season had gone, Heartful drew again against Egbeta. Created a lot of chances but could not convert. But eyes were in Baseke Oli Stars because they were hosting league leaders Mediema, and that game was crucial to who ends up winning the title. Mediema got a penalty, Salim Adams missed, but Kingsley Brahe made sure that all 3 points are taken back to Takwa. So Mediema have won that game by a goal to nil. Gold Stars were not in action, they were due to play Hoko United, who have actually pulled out of the league. But other results that could also make the relegation conversation interesting saw the likes of Swedu All Blacks draw 1-0 with Bechem United. Vision also beating Karela by 3-0, with Young Apostles getting a 1-0 victory over Nations FC, and Bekum Chelsea also beating Dreams by a goal to nil. Asante Kotoko returning to winning ways. This time they got a 2-0 victory over 11 Wonders in there. So what it means is that Mediema are still leading the table this time because Gold Stars have been given a further 3 points because Hoko United pulled out of the league. It means that Gold Stars are still 2 points behind league leaders Mediema, and it's going to be very, very interesting in the coming days.
That was my colleague Mutala Yakubu delivering the report in there. Now, following the game, Heartful head coach Didi Dramani blamed poor decision making by his players for their draw against the Diana FC.
I think that is part of the sporting event where you have challenges, where you have strengths, and then where you have learning curves. And I believe that this is part of the learning parts, and then we deal with the challenges. And I've said it from day one that we need to improve on our decisions in very key moments where we find our moments, especially in terms of our style of play. We have clear strengths where we know when we hit those areas, it is an opportunity or it is a moment to begin to create that final one that gives us that glory of a goal. But when we hit those moments and then we still think otherwise, to be erratic, to be indecisive, then there's much to be worried about. Important in football is that always you need to continue to improve, and you need to be humble enough to agree that there's a work to be done, and then you can improve, and then you can develop and grow.
Meanwhile, his opponent Shoba Aristika was satisfied with his team's performance against the Accra Giants.
About our program, this week we played 3 games. Some player today play 90 minutes, 3 games. About this is the situation. I have 2 games away, one from Holy Star, far away, 14 hour, 15 hour. After go back home, yesterday night I traveling, I come on here, some player is tired. But it's good about is not lose the game, he trust again from good result. Is go back from 1 point, about is only 1 point, but need points from stay in the top 4. Is fighting. I have another two game, and he tried the best from finishing the top 4.
That was Chioba Aristika speaking. Now, Ghana's Black Princesses have returned to Accra following their successful qualification for the 2026 Under-20 Women's World Cup. The team arrived at the Accra International Airport in high spirits after securing their spot with a hard-fought aggregate victory over Uganda. This qualification marks their 8th consecutive appearance at the biennial tournament, which is scheduled to take place in Poland from September 5th to 27th, 2026. Charles Samson is the head coach of the Black Princesses, and this is what he said after arriving.
It's undescribable, overwhelming. You can see how happy the girls are. We are so proud of them. This was what we are out for, and we've got what we wanted. So we are very excited. We have 2 obligations from the FA. First is to qualify, and the next one is to do well at the World Cup. So now our attention has gone to how to prepare the team and to do well at the World Cup.
That was Coach Charles Samson of the Black Princesses speaking there. Let's move on to athletics because ahead of the African Athletics Championship, team captain of Ghana, Joseph Polamwa, has expressed confidence in the team's ability to secure medals despite the mounting pressure. The event is scheduled to kickstart on May 12th at the University of Ghana Stadium.
It's always nice to compete in front of the home crowd.
and they're so proud. The last time you all saw what happened, and we really, really like the support. We are very prepared, train hard, and we want to come out here and make sure we put smiles on Ghanaians' faces again. That's what we love to do, so we just continue with it. I'll say there's pressure, but we can only use it to motivate ourselves. If you let pressure break you, then you're in trouble. So go out there and try to use the pressure and everything and try to come out with some medals.
Meanwhile, the Minister for Sports and Recreation, Honorable Kofi Adams, has assured Ghanaians that Team Ghana is ready to host and win laurels on home soil.
Team Ghana, we are hosting, and we intend to continue to improve our performance in the sprints, where we have a lot of strength. In Botswana not too long ago, where the World Relays happened, even though we had a challenge last minute where one of our key athletes couldn't make it because of travel challenges, and we had someone replace him almost immediately. We were able to qualify for the World Athletic Competition that will be happening in China later next year. And so it tells you that we are a country that is always ready. Anytime we are called, we will do something. We want to do well in the sprints. We want to improve our performance in other sectors that we haven't been doing too well. And we hope to invest a lot more in athletics. Athletics was one thing that we all loved when we were in school. So it cannot be the case that we will love it whilst we were in secondary school, and all of a sudden at the national level we seem not to be investing so much. We have to invest a lot more and to improve performances of our national athletes.
Let's head over to Europe, where in the English Premier League, Arsenal re-established their 5-point lead at the top of the table with a dramatic hard-fought 1-0 win over West Ham, who moved a step closer to the relegation trapdoor. These 3 points cap off a wonderful week for the Gunners, whose dreams of a Premier League and Champions League double remain well within their reach. Mikel Arteta is manager of Arsenal, and this is what he said.
Amazing. I mean, I feel so happy, so proud. Relieved as well, because we knew the difficulty of the game, but we've done it. It's been a phenomenal week in every sense. What the team has done, the way we play, the way we have approached games, then what our supporters have done for us this season all week and today as well is phenomenal. I think it changes the energy of the team, and we have to leave the present now and just think about Burnley, because that's the only important thing.
That was Mikel Arteta, head coach of Arsenal. Over to Spain, where Barcelona secured their 29th Spanish league title after beating Real Madrid 2-0 in the El Clasico on Sunday. Marcus Rashford and Ferran Torres struck in the first half to help Hansi Flick's side clinch La Liga in consecutive years, while consigning Madrid to a trophyless season. Three Sports spoke with some fans after the game, and here is what they had to say.
Incredible. Absolutely delighted. What a game it was. What a way to win La Liga on the back of our rivals, Real Madrid, to dunk on their heads to win La Liga. I mean, it's the feeling is so fulfilling, right? It's just a wholesome feeling. And I really hope that next season we can get a bit of financial muscle to compete in the Champions League, because we need this reinforcement. But for Hansi Flick to lose his dad on the day he had to face Real Madrid to win the title and go on to win it in style, I'm really happy for the club too. To go 14 points clear of Real Madrid speaks volumes of how far we've come.
Excited. Obviously, we've won this back-to-back, and we're Real Madrid missing out Toni Kroos and not also having Madrid. Their midfield has always been loose ever since those goals left. So I really thought maybe they having Valverde was going to help, but then with obviously what happened during the weekdays, so Valverde had to miss the game. And I'm honestly happy we won this El Clasico, because when we lost at their home, they were behaving as if they had won the league. Honestly, it was, and I'm happy we won with a clean sheet. So I'm happy.
Because the gap between Madrid and Barca, we are okay.
We are proud. We are so proud.
I'm so excited. Like, I can't even express my feelings. I'm out of words. I'm short for words, actually, yes. So it's just, I'm so happy, so excited, and that's it, basically.
Indeed, Barcelona fans excited after they secured that La Liga title. Now, Ghanaian trio Andrea Ayew, Kamal Sowa and Denis Odoi has suffered relegation, with Dutch side Egbeta following the club's confirmed drop from the Dutch Eredivisie to the Eredivisie. The result was sealed after 16th place Volendam drew 1-1 with Excelsior, taking their tally to 32 points, 7 clear of Egbeta, with just 2 matches remaining. Even with games still to play, the mathematics confirm Breda can no longer escape the bottom 3 in the 18-team league. Bringing an end to sport here on Sunrise on 3FM 92.7. My name is Bill Ishen. We'll come back same time tomorrow with more updates from the world of sports, especially with the Athletics African Senior Championships. But until then, have a great morning.
Protect yourself from germs and bacteria with confidence. Cleanse hand soap effectively kills
On Lifestyle Radio, my name is Johnnie Hughes. But na Zosem Lena. And just for you to know that we're also live on Kesme 107.1 in Tamale. That's right. Now, if you're coming to Pram Pram, then you belong to the First HR Hotel, because we focus on three things: peace, people, and quality. It's a serene escape with legendary service and world-class comfort. Not just a hotel, they're your home for tranquility. That's why you need to call them on 050-335-9598. That's 050-335-9598 or 0303-989737. That's 0303-989737. You can also book the First HR Heights because they don't just provide a room, they provide a reset. All the guests tell us that, well, they feel an immediate sense of peace the moment they walk in, a rare kind of assurance that lets their tensions just melt away. If you're looking for a sanctuary where your staff is well taken care of, and the staff there genuinely respects your peace and treats you like family, they're your first and only choice. They are not located in town. It's about 25 minutes drive to the Accra Business Center. That's why you need to call them today on 025 60 60 665. That's 025 60 60 665 or 025 60 70 666. That's 025 60 70 666, and you'll be connected. I guarantee that you'll enjoy yourself and have a good time. And you know that the 24th African Athletics Championships for Accra 2026 is coming up. I'm going to ask you a question. Are you ready? Ghana, are you ready? Well, get ready, get set for Africa's biggest athletics spectacle. That's the 24th Senior African Athletics Championship coming live to Accra, Ghana. ACCRA, Accra, Ghana. We're hosting all the important people and all the important athletes you can find, right here. It's from the 12th to the 17th of May 2026. That's from tomorrow all the way down to the 17th of May 2026. The University of Ghana Sports Complex, Legon, becomes the battleground where Africa's finest champions go head-to-head in thrilling back-to-back track and field competition for your entertainment, relaxation, and also to make sure that you are right in the center. Watch global stars like Beatrice Chebet, Faith Chipegon, Toby Amusan, Colin Kebenatipi, Joseph Pambule, Akane Simbere, Muzala Zamukonga, alongside Ghana's own very spirited sprint champions and stars, Benjamin Azamati, Abdurrashid Saminu, our very own Benjamin Azamati, Abdurrashid Saminu, Abdurrashid Saminu. They're going to be there as well. Spirited sprint stars. Now this is speed. This is power. This is pride. This is Africa competing at its highest levels, right on the soil, right here in Accra, Ghana. The 24th Senior African Athletics Championships. Feel the heat. Champions within Accra. And it's inspired by the Ministry of Sports and Recreation, Ghana Federation of Athletics, and the Confederation of Athletics, African Athletics. You have to be there to feel it. You have to be there to witness it. Be part of history. From the 12th to the 17th of May, right here. Come, feel it. Let's vibe together. Live it live. Witness history and feel the heat. Azamati, And Saminu will make us proud. That I'm very confident about. You know, Malta Guinness is a very interesting drink, very popular. Malta Guinness says we move. Did you know that Malta Guinness is brewed from real malt barley and sorghum? Well, it's the sorghum is grown right here in Ghana. That's right. So your sorghum and your malt barley, but your sorghum is grown right here in Ghana. Malta Guinness is not just a soft drink, but a quality refreshment boosted with B vitamins, charged forward towards your goals with each sip of its nourishing natural goodness. Now selling at a cool 12 Ghana cedis only. 12 Ghana cedis only. I encourage you to vim up your daily pursuits with the revitalizing taste of Malta Guinness. And your Malta Guinness is packed with B vitamins. It's time to make that move. It's time for a cold Malta Guinness. And remember to always look out for the proudly made in Ghana symbol on every bottle or a can of Malta Guinness that you procure or buy. Malta Guinness, we move. Now, there's a reason you have to buy Malta Guinness made in Ghana. If you choose made in Ghana Malta Guinness or Malta Guinness made in Ghana over imported ones from, say, Nigeria, it means you're protecting local businesses, you're creating and saving jobs, you're supporting Ghanaian industry, you're boosting the economic growth, you're showing national pride, and also, most importantly, you're able to contact the production source if the need arises. Malta Guinness made in Ghana by Ghanaians for Ghanaians. Malta Guinness made in Ghana, lower in sugar, brewed for the Ghanaian taste buds. It has a taste suitable for Ghanaian taste buds. It comes in sleek cans, the Jeje cans, that's what we call it. It has the proudly made in Ghana symbol on the pack. It has the premium badge on that label. Go out there today, get a chilled bottle of Malta Guinness or a chilled can of the Malta Guinness. The Jeje can, I mean, only 12 Ghana cedis. Have you tried Malta Guinness with tea bread? Malta Guinness with tea bread. It is heavenly, I'm telling you. Or get, hot tea bread and chilled Malta Guinness. My brother and my sister, you will thank me. I have been there before, I know. Especially the Jeje can. And the Jeje can, you know, I have been there before. You will thank me. You try it. Chilled Malta Guinness, hot tea bread. We'll get into the big conversation in a bit and have a conversation. We're asking, BECE ends today, but beyond the BECE, are we preparing students for exams or for life? What are we seeking to do? The president also has launched another accommodation program. We're asking Saglemi to Dedesua, can Ghana trust another major housing promise? It's a conversation I always have. Saglemi is there. There's also Botiman and many others that come along. The New Patriotic Party, that's the nation's biggest opposition party, has internalized its committees and seeking to lace their boots and get ready for the 2028 general elections. We'll get into that conversation. We'll have three guests: Kamaldeen Abdullahi, Deputy National Communications Director of the NPP, Dr. Abdul Khalid Mohammed Sharif, is the MP for Nantong. We'll be engaging them in a bit. Some 31 minutes after 8 here on Sunrise on 3FM 92.7. And today is the 11th day of May. Happy birthday to you if it's your birthday. But now let's get straight into the big conversation.
The big conversation on 3FM Sunrise. The big conversation on 3FM Sunrise.
Welcome back and thank you very much indeed for joining us. We're live on Facebook at 3FM 927. You can always connect with us also on X, on Instagram, on TikTok, and on WhatsApp. We invite you to join us in the conversations. We know at this point that the BECE, the Basic Education Certificate Examination, will end today. And the conversation we're asking, and we wish all the students writing very, very well, but we're asking that conversation and whether or not we are preparing students for the future or we are preparing them just for the sake of the exam for them to make progress in school. In studio now is Dr. Abdul Khalid Mohammed Sharif. He's a member of parliament for the good people of Nantong. And he will be joined later by Kamal Dean, His Excellency. Let me actually put it that way because he's been an ambassador before. His Excellency Kamal Dean Abdullahi, Deputy National Communications Director of the NPP. But Doc, let me welcome you. Good morning. How are you doing?
Thank you very much, Zoselina.
Yeah, nah.
Of Bawit traditional area.
Nah.
I would want to say a very good morning to you.
Nah.
Me, I'm Wanzam.
Oh, okay.
So you see, because you are in you know what Wanzams are?
Yes, I know.
Okay, so I'm your beautician in a sense. I make sure you appear.
That's right.
Looking
That's
very
right.
nice for everybody else
That's
to
right.
see. I will say a very good morning to you and our listeners out there. I would also say a very good morning to my constituents, the chiefs and people of Nantong constituency, and a very good morning to everyone else that's listening to us. And it's good to be here. I think this is my first time here, and it's good to see you too, Johnnie, and everything.
Indeed.
See, now that you are a chief, it becomes difficult for me to call you Johnnie.
Sunrise
because
on
once we respect our chiefs. So
I understand, but it's okay for the purposes of this conversation. Let's do it that way. Let me also announce to you that we're live on Kesmi FM 107.1 in Tamale and beyond. So you can always tune in anywhere around the world. We're also on 3news.com. If you go onto our website, www.3news.com, you can listen live, and please share the link and tell others about it. But Doc, let me begin with it. I'm sure you have fondest memories of the days when you sat for your BECE. What comes to mind when we talk about BECE for you?
So first and foremost, I would want to say a very big congratulations to all students that have undergone this particular process.
Please use the mic for me.
I think it's ending today.
That's right. It is.
We say a very big congratulations to them. They put in a lot of efforts. I say particularly a very big congratulations to my students from my constituency. This year we had 1,010 students from Nantong sitting for the basic certificate examination. In our own small way, we have been able to support a bit of them, to encourage them, and then to tell them that, look, for us who especially come from rural areas, the deficits are there. Deficits in terms of facilities, furniture, school learning materials, etc. But we always encourage our young ones that, look, our circumstances would not definitely decide our future. So for me, as a young man that was growing up in Tamale, the basic certificate examination was one key way. I mean, our parents always taught us that the only way to succeed was to go to school. I mean, there was nothing else they could give to us apart from school. So starting my basic education somewhere in Bethel Methodist, which is in Tishugu, then later to Tamale International School, where I took my basic certificate examination. It was a long road, but thanks to Allah, I mean, it was long, it was interesting, but for us in those early days, because I think I took the BECE somewhere in 2004.
Okay.
Somewhere 2004.
I took mine in 1999.
Yes, you are an older guy. You are the older guy, but it brings fond memories. I mean, the 9 candles, the desire to achieve something and to make sure that, because for us, but for me, my dream was to go to a boys' school.
Right.
And coming from Tamale, we didn't have a single sex school.
That's right.
So my desire was that, look, I wanted to get to Prempeh College. And you cannot, going to Prempeh was not going to come cheap.
That's right.
So burning the midnight candles, and God was very benevolent to us. So I know what it comes with when people prepare, and even for parents. You see, now that the examination is over, the burden is lifted off the student and is now put on the parent, because the parent is now wondering, what is my ward's result going to be?
Right.
How am I going to get my ward into the next level of education? So these are things that will come up. But to the students, we say kudos to you, and we are sure that with all the hard work, we've seen a very tremendous increase in numbers.
Right.
And for me, what is even most interesting and striking is the number of women. Johnny, if you now go through our educational system, you realize that the females, interestingly, are becoming the higher numbers we are having.
Which is good news.
It's good news, very, very excellent news, because in the past, if you were looking at the ratio of male to females in our schools, you would have realized that, look, the males were dominating. So at this point, Johnny, some people are even saying that, look, let's take a look at the male child again, because we may be losing a certain grip of the male child just by always also looking too much at the level of the females.
Right.
But our educational system has come of age. Successive governments have made sure that we have these numbers. We produce not only students that are out to pass exam, but we produce students that are out for innovation. We produce students that are out for national development. We don't want just a student that speaks only English.
Right.
English alone would not help our country to develop. We want students that are innovative. We want students that have knowledge in technology, science, ICT, etc. That is the only way we are going to develop. And I'm happy that a lot of concentration too has just moved only from this numeracy and literacy thing to TVET, and then also to skills training, so that we have more of our technical schools. Look, we have Dabupa in Tamale,
right, doing
a great job. Students coming up with so much innovation. Recently, I saw them come up with an incubator. And this is very interesting. These are just young students that are thinking beyond the box. We have our students also going into certain competitions like robotics.
Right.
I remember Prempeh College in the past, even in the world, won something in robotics. So that means that our educational system, yes, we are improving, but there's still a lot we have to do.
Now, let's look at the structure of what we teach in the schools. I'm looking at the whole concept of JSS, which is now JHS. Okay, a few additions, subtractions have been added onto it. I had opportunity to do life skills and agric science and vocational skills and all those other ones, that technical skills, technical drawing. I remember we constructed our own small washroom, that we use small, the Nippon Seshui one, where everybody will see your head if you are in there, but your private parts are concealed. I remember that, the tenon saws were there, the mortise lock, everything. Do you have those things in this school? The schools these days, to suggest that we are training the children for the future, for life, or we're just getting them to pass the exam so that they can make progress? Yeah. What do you know?
So like you, I relate very well with these subjects you are mentioning, life skills.
Right,
I remember even in life skills we're taught how to sew, how
that's
to
right,
knit,
grave baths and all.
These were things that we all learned. People, technical skills. We had the
T-square drawing board,
and then also you have
protractor,
where you have the machinery. You go
that's
in
right.
there, you see.
Yeah.
I mean, and for some workshops, exactly, that was the word I was looking for. We had workshops, and then we had time to go in there and then be able to try hands-on. And interestingly, some of our colleagues, you could see right from the beginning that they were gifted with their hands.
Right.
And some of them, today, some of my colleagues, they are mechanical engineers.
Right.
Some are computer scientists, etc.
Right.
But coming down is that we've lost a bit of it. Our curriculum currently looks too much into numeracy and then just literature,
right,
instead of the hands-on, the skills. So, but especially at the basic level. I am thinking successive governments in their thought in reducing number of subjects, etc., and contact hours. Because, Johnny, remember, in the past, sometimes you could go to school in the morning, you only go home after 3 p.m.
That's right.
3 p.m. or so. But now we have, sometimes because of numbers, etc., we are having a shift 1 and a shift 2. Some people come by 12 o'clock, they are closing, others come and then they have to go through. So the concept, and then if you listen to people in the industry, people who are ready to employ, they always have this complaint that, look, we get graduates, but we are not getting people who are ready for the
soft
job.
skills.
The soft skills are not there. So this is a point where the Ministry of Education, together with other stakeholders, will really need to look back into the curriculum of our learners to make sure that, look, we bring back these old things, this life skills thing we are talking about. Look, I don't go to anybody to fix my button for me.
No.
I'm able to fix my own button.
I can bake, actually. I can cook.
Yes, exactly. This prepared you for life. It was not just preparing you to be a student or to be just employable, but it prepared you for life. And you are a better person now because of the system that were put in place right from the basic level. And you see, around the world, people say that, look, to eliminate illiteracy, the best way to do it is at the basic level. That's the only way we can eliminate illiteracy, because that's the level that forms the base or the foundation of every educational system. So our kids now, I'm sure also for those who are writing BECE, if you ask somebody, how do you bake?
Yeah, it will be a difficulty. There'll
be a difficulty. I don't know whether they still do technical skills, because I don't see them roaming with the
T-square and the drawing board.
Drawing boards. I don't think they are doing those things, but those are things that...
For back in the day, you were eager to hold it when you get to Form 2, because you want to also want
Form 2 is holding it and you are not holding it. So there are key problems that we have come across. But I think that we have also made a lot of tremendous achievements in this regard. But we need to put a certain level of skill and a certain level of awareness creation. But we are all, in all this too, we are speaking about skills, etc. We also have to have certain subjects that teach our youth discipline, good citizenship. That's the only way we
But we had religious and moral studies. We had social studies. And then at some point there was one other, I've forgotten. But these two, I remember, were supposed to help you to be a good citizen. Now I know that there's civics, and then there's our world or something. I'm not keeping tabs of
some of the topics some of the courses they do. Yes, I agree we still have religious and moral education, but Johnny, you would agree with me that one of the things we will need to delink and then emphasize when we are talking about discipline is to take out religion. It's one of the things that have actually caused a lot of indiscipline in our society. And I say this not with any form of disrespect to our religious leaders or anything, but we need to build a country where common sense works.
It prevails,
rather than just religion. Common sense works well with religion. But when common sense is put at the back door and religion takes the front door, then you have problems. So yes, we have those topics, but I think we still need to do them. Look, we have students that are leaving JSS, and I'm telling you, Johnny, if you tell them to recite the national pledge, they can't. They cannot even understand the wording of the national pledge. If you don't understand the wording of the national pledge, how do you represent that particular country? The national anthem, just the very words of our national anthem, reiterating this and reminding our students what it means to be a Ghanaian, what it means to be a good citizen. But you see, at the end, Johnny, I don't also blame the students. They are looking at you and I. I'm a politician, I'm a medical doctor. They are looking at how I am behaving. So we may teach all the kids everything they need to do in their classroom. But if they come out,
the reality,
what they hear on the radio, what they see on the streets, becomes different from what they are taught in class. So we, you, me, and everybody listening out there to what we are saying is that the teachers can do their best to train our students. But as parents, as brothers and sisters, we also need to reinforce. And we also need to live a certain life to give meaning to what they are studying in the classroom.
Yeah, I think that on that score, then, wouldn't there have to be a national policy towards making sure that we are not just getting them to sit and pass the exam and progress to the next stage, which is the second cycle institution and beyond, but we have a national policy that says that we are making a frantic effort to give them skills for life. For example, holiday jobs. They are coming out of school, they will be home. What about the national policy that says that some apprenticeship, some internship, even if it's for 2 weeks, somewhere, with an institution, an establishment, workshop, something of that nature to help them. They do it in other countries for each vacation, not for when they are done with the first, part of their basic education. Can we have a national policy of that sort?
Yeah, it's something that will be very helpful to the teaming youth that we want to become employable and skillful for the future and contribute to making Ghana a better place. Like I said, that formative years, that's the period you have so much control over that particular individual you are trying to mold. So you can imagine if we have a policy that says that for all our basic level students, especially in the JSS, when they are on vacation, let's find, for example, let's link them up with the National Apprenticeship Program that is running. Let's say for every 2 weeks, we have certain areas, whether they are mechanic shop, whether they are whatever shop, they are depending on the interest of the person. Because, Johnnie, when I was writing BECE, my father wanted me to do business.
Okay.
But I have always wanted to be a doctor.
Okay.
So there had to be that realignment between what he wants
and what you want.
And what I
but at that time, you only had to be seen. Nobody wanted to hear you.
Nobody wants to listen to you. So in trying to do all these things, I also say we must realign the skills and knowledge and of that individual against what they also want to do. Because sometimes parents can be very demanding that, hey, no, we are a family of pharmacists, so you must be a pharmacist.
But then, Doc, you see, again, it comes to another point. The choice of schools, where the parents are supposed to take a very important part of it. They often relegate that to some teacher in the school who pretends to know the children better than the parents do. And then when it's time, they say, oh, advise me. So what can I do? And the parent leaves everything to that teacher. And the teacher then now determines the life of the child going forward in terms of the choice of school and the program that they have to pursue in secondary school and beyond. How does that sound to you?
Yeah, so parenthood for me is a 24-hour job. Yes, I mean, with the current trends, parents, for example, people already have left for work when maybe their kids are still sleeping because they would also need to work to make sure they take care of their kids.
That's right.
So as a parent, you may have to find a certain fine balance between working and then catering for your kids. And Johnnie, let's remember that it's from primary school through to GSS. If you're a parent that has a certain interest in how your ward is doing, you can see what skills they have, you can see what knowledge they have just by looking even just at their terminal reports. Yes, just by looking at their terminal reports and etc. You'll be able to tell. So it should not just be the responsibility of only the teacher to decide that, look, I've seen that your son or your daughter is good in science, so for that matter, he'll be a good nurse, or for that matter, he'll be a good pilot. The parent should also be able to see from the records of my child, this is what I have noticed. From the skills of my child, this is what, and then you sit with the child, and then you can have a very open conversation about this. Once you leave these decisions to only
the teacher.
This is a situation where sometimes you will find people go through the system and then he becomes something in future and says, no, this was just for my father. This was not mine. This was not what I wanted. I've done it for my father. We've seen people who have gone through law school and finally became musicians.
Right.
And they said, oh no, I just had to do this for my father, but my interest was in music. So it should be a concerted effort. It's a teacher, parent, state. So it's a triangle of events. The teachers are there who play a pivotal role because they spend more time with the children. We have the state that is supposed to make facilities available and accessible so that the student can they themselves determine what kind of skills or what kind of knowledge they have. And then we have the parent that is going to guide and make sure that all these two things, the decisions they will make, the parent serves as a guide, and the child becomes that kind of child that we are looking out for. That person that is going to contribute in making Ghana a better place.
Thank you very much, Doc. We're live on KESME 107.1 FM in Tamale. My guest in studio, Dr. Abdul Khalik Mohammed Sharif, is a member of parliament for Nangton. Joining us now is His Excellency Kamal Din Abdullah, Deputy National Communications Director of the NPP. Kamal, assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam, my good brother. How are you?
Alive and well.
How was your weekend?
Well, I shook hands with...
I overheard you saying you were in Turmoil.
I shook hands with Yana, actually.
Oh, really?
And he gave me a smoke and a new title.
Of course. I don't know why your producer decided to pay me with my honorable member of parliament.
He's my constituent.
My honorable member of parliament. When I saw the flyer last night, I was like, oh, no, if I knew this,
So that's me.
I would have said no.
In the Yanes Palace.
Oh, great. You have been decorated.
Yes.
Excellent.
With a new title as well.
I mean, the Yana is one of the generous kings we have. I mean, you don't go to this old man without he gifting you something, basically. So, I mean, Dagbang is great, and we just pray for unity for Dagbang. Let me first of all set off by saying good morning to your cherished listeners, and also good morning to my honorable member of parliament, Doc. I was listening to him on my way here, and of course, he eloquently and excellently, elucidated what we ought to do as a people to develop our lot in terms of education, or to develop the youth in terms of education and all that. Congratulations to all those who went through the BECE exam.
They were actually finished today.
Yeah, they will be finishing today. Let's congratulate them. I mean, they've gone through, they're still going through. And I know that in the Nanton district, obviously, like he rightly mentioned, we had some centers, one in Tampion, one in Nanton. Putting together, we have over 1,000 plus candidates who sat. And last week I was here, and of course I commended he and the DC for, and as well as the Director of Education, the District Director of Education, for the yeoman's job that they did in ensuring that facilities and some assistance was given to the candidates, as it were. So that said, I think we are on good course as a people, and we just need to ensure that we prepare the minds of our young people to face the future. So I could not have agreed more with your producers when they say that, look, we're going to talk to how well we should prepare our
them for life,
young ones for life. I mean, it's so important, basically. Listening to Honorable, he also admitted that some parts of the education ought to be strengthened.
That's right.
In terms of giving them some skill, in terms of ensuring that at least the person, as it were, comes out and don't just see the world as, a place that is going to be difficult for him to fit in, or she to fit in, or for her to fit in, I should say. Basically, for me, I have a problem with our system of education.
Tell me about it. What's your challenge? With it?
First and foremost, we must develop, or we must make conscious efforts in developing the STEM education.
Okay.
Science, technology, engineering, and mathematics is so important.
In fact, the advanced countries have added arts to it, so they do STEAM.
When somebody even tells me STEM should start at secondary school, I disagree. I mean, the young person who is referred to much more like a tabula rasa, it has a clean slate, can absorb a lot, whatever you're going to give to that person, and that prepares and propels the person into the future. So for me, even I think that from primary 6, when you go to other jurisdictions, they even begin from primary 1, primary 2. They start teaching them hands-on issues to do, or things to do.
In China, for example.
So by the time the person moves to junior high school, go to high school, the person is well equipped as to what to do to fend for myself, as it were. We don't do that here. I think it is about time we have a deliberate policy, as a country, that of course will prepare our young ones towards the future. But what it is now, like he rightly put it, literacy and numeracy is what we're actually giving to them. And that's just it. See, and we have even introduced some bets, even though it's conventional. some bit of politics in everything we do. Even in education. Look, believe it or not, this doomsday thing, a child will talk to you about it. Okay? Because maybe I'll hide my parents talking about it. This MPP NDC thing, a child in primary 6 is talking to you about it. My daughter, she's in class 4. She's able to tell me, for this, my friend, her parents are NDC. For this, my friend, I'm telling you.
Taya is able to say that?
Yes. Taya tells me that.
Ooh.
That she's not my friend. I said, why? No, the parents are NDC. You won't believe it.
I'm finding it
This
difficult.
is something I'm telling you.
I'm
And that's
shaking.
the level of danger we are exposing our kids to. Trust me. It's a level, because like I said, they are tabula rasa. They sit with you. They listen to your conversation in the hall. They know what you do. They listen to your mother. You get what I mean? So they pick those things. Now when they go to school, they try to inculcate that in their conversations and draw the line between themselves. And that's what I said, by convention, we are introducing something that is so dangerous for the kids. So dangerous. We are not seeing it. Now, let's look at the history of BECE or JHS. It started with JSS,
right,
or junior secondary school.
That's right.
And I read a bit about it when Achampon actually started it, somewhere in 1978. Achampon mooted the idea, got some schools to be piloted as junior secondary school. It failed along the line until somewhere in 1987, Jerry Rawlings decided that let's bring it back. Around 87, or when KBS Santiago were under education, as it were. And then the first one, the first year, they wrote in 1990. And it started in 1987. By 1990, they had first as it were, and then it goes on and on. And it started with the concept of how can we prepare these kids, okay,
for life.
For life. So, like you rightly mentioned, technical drawing, technical skills,
vocational skills,
were all
life skills,
and there were supposed to be farms, school farms at the JHS level.
Agric science.
Agric science. And you're supposed to do project work with this is the with all the botanical names, whatever. Show them how agric is supposed to be handled. All these things today, no, we have shelved all those ones and given way to literacy and numeracy. Theory. Even the theory, they don't even get it better. And the sad part of it, even the theory, go to our public schools, pathetic. He's from a rural area, I'm from a rural area, like him. I'm his constituents. I know what is happening. Go to our schools there. Recently, he was in Naprose, close to my area, to cut sword for a school to be built for them. I must say thanks to the chief of Naprose, okay, who, of course, initiated something like that to get a school, because the community doesn't even have a school. I should say, not Naprose, no, that's Sahana or something like that. Okay, but of course, close to Naprose, as it were. It tells you that we are still lagging behind in terms of infrastructure, and not just only the infrastructure, the soft support that we need to give them, proper education. It's lacking, not only in that district. I'm talking about all public schools.
Come on.
That is why we have parents today preferring private schools to public schools.
Come out. Since I was made a chief in the north, I had opportunity. I took interest to visit some of the schools. Sometimes you get into a classroom, you can find about 100 children in one small classroom.
So teacher-student ratio is a problem.
So then I asked the teacher, how do you teach them?
Look, they just come, they pretend to work. Let's look, call a spade a spade. Go to our community. He's an MP. He's been going around. He knows what is happening. When I go to Zao and look at the conditions of under which my students at the public schools teach, learn, it's pathetic. When you go to some of the villages, it's pathetic. There's even a community, Moya. Moya doesn't have a school. Under his constituency. Moya, after Dohe, then you move on. They don't even have a school. The kids have to cross a stream, so when it rains, no school for them to come to Dohe for school. This is a serious one. You understand? I'm the public sector schooling. Look, governments, not just only this government, government upon government have not been too deliberate about it.
But come on, you see,
that is why I sometimes commend Nana Adonai Akufo-Addo when since 2008 thereabout, when he tried to become president, he kept on saying, look, let's do free SHS. Let's do free.
Come on, you see, the public schools used to be the norm
Yeah. But
private schools used to be the exception.
Absolutely.
So that if I went to a typical Saito school.
You see?
So you find people who say, I went to a public school. For example, Nana Dodonko Akufo-Addo, he attended the same Saito with my father, government boys' school. And they later went to Row Road. Proper Saito boys, even though their parents had money.
Wow.
That was the system then. How did we move away from that to now prefer private schools?
The big question on the big conversation. How did that change? What is the problem? So are we not going, is it not important for us now, for our MPs to relook at it, call for educational reforms, see how we can strengthen public schools? Look, in the US, with my brother's travels, I travel. Go to the US, the public schools are more stronger.
Yeah.
Stronger at the base, especially at the base level. It is even at the top colleges where you can get private. You understand? But when it comes to the base, primary, okay, right, coming up, trust me, the public schools don't.
And I'll shock you. Most of the private schools, the very good ones that are running, were engineered or started by people who went to public schools in the past.
Headmasters, teachers.
In the past.
You will see somebody who is educated, who is trained under training college. After, instead of giving back to society, the person goes to set up his own school. That's what happens. And then they strengthen the private schools at the expense of the public schools. Look, if we really want to serve equity as a country, it is important we look at our system of education again. Because not all parents have money to take these kids through private schools. Okay? Not all of us. It is important they look at the base. And anyone, like Honorable said, if we get it wrong in the beginning, obviously you will not get it right at the top. It will really be very difficult. So I think that, yes, the BECE requirement to learn, it is important that we train our kids at that level to face the world. Why? Until the inception of free SHS, you see kids on the streets with shoe shine boxes.
Oh, come on, please.
Yes. Until the secondary school. This was their reason. Dog chains. People were selling dog chains on the street. Find dog chains. People were selling dog chains on the street. Find out. And this is a serious matter. Until the inception of free SHS, which actually has paid Ghana of this. That's why I said we should give so much credit to Akufo-Addo and the MPP government. We are always forward thinkers as a party. We always tend to ensure that this country is right.
How did this become a political conversation?
It's not politics. It's not politics. No, look. If a man does something good, give it to that person.
Nobody has said he has not done
That
anything.
is why I'm saying that a policy that has come to change the paradigm that we know.
But the free SHS will be fed by the basic school. And we have all admitted to the challenges of the basic school. So why are we migrating this conversation now to
I am saying
free
that
SHS?
whether we like it or not, this is a test. Check it. Today, kids who are going round or young ones going round doing shoeshine today are not Ghanaians. Most of them are Nigerians now.
Okay.
I speak impeccable French and I interact with them.
I hear
Just to know. But I'm saying that free SHS cured that. So I expected, of course, this government is also doing more in education. They have not also left it. Led by my brother Haruna Idrisu. They're also doing their best. You understand? To keep it up. But of course, who started it? How did they start it? What was the thinking? What was actually going to be the ripple effect of bringing in this? This has been positive.
But Kamal, if you are looking at the historical perspective, under Dr. Nkrumah, people went to school for free.
For sure.
People went to secondary school.
No, it wasn't everybody. Under Dr. Nkrumah, there was what we call the privileged should pay the fees, and then the less privileged, in this case, northern part of Ghana, were actually not giving.
So
the
people
idea was
went to school for free.
And all so fine, but why? And Akufo, the people didn't go for free. He did a holistic. It was university.
But when you started
he made a holistic.
But when you
said it was not going to
when you started the GSS conversation,
they said it was not going to be possible.
Allow me. When you started the GSS,
they said it was a 419. They even sang songs on it.
You said that GSS was piloted by somebody.
Yes, by a champion.
It failed. Yeah. And then you go, why do you talk about free SHS? Then you leave the Nkrumah bit and you just come and talk about the
that's where. Unless you don't want us to stick to facts.
Let's have an intellectual straight.
And that's exactly what
because
I'm doing.
You are
what I'm doing is intellectual. I've not made any statement here that is not factual. It is a fact that free SHS in the contemporary times was actually initiated by Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and the MPP administration. Fact.
Okay.
Free SHS, John Dramani Mahama was on record. It was on record, right, I should say, to stand. He was at Cape Coast. He said if he had money worth over 2 billion Ghana cedis, he won't budget it for free SHS. He's on record to have said that. He poo-pooed it. Lee Okran, is lately Lee Okran now.
Yeah.
Lately Okran poo-pooed it. The people, even Swift Match, NDC here, they were matching free SHS 419. Today they are using it. Their budget today, in fact, is about 3 point something billion.
You should be happy about it.
I'm happy. They said they will not even invest 2 billion in it through their own president. Today they are investing over 3 point something billion in it. So I'm telling you that, look, we need forward thinkers. We need people who think about this country.
Okay, I hear you.
And
Let me bring Doc in so we wrap up on this conversation.
Yes, of course.
Doc.
Yes. Johnny, so you see, my good brother.
Microphone, please. Use it.
My good brother. I didn't want us to go on this.
That's why I was asking him how this became a political conversation.
I mean, the
policies are
free compulsory basic education.
Right.
It's not the brainchild of anyone. It's the brainchild of the Constitution of Ghana.
That's different from free SHS.
Allow him. Now, come on, allow him. He kept quiet for you. Allow him, please.
Free compulsory.
FQ. Universal basic.
It's the brainchild of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. And then there was nowhere anybody was saying that free SHS was bad. But there was an issue that we said that if it is us, we will not implement it the way you are doing. And this was very clear. We're saying that do it in a systematic and in a realistic way so that it does not affect teaching and learning. When they did it the way they did with double track, triple track, red, green, yellow, what was the performance of the students? Where were the students sleeping? We're saying that, look, we had a structure. If you want to do free senior high school, it means that you wanted to increase enrolls. You wanted to increase enrollment. If you are increasing enrollment at St. Thomas Aquinas and you don't have enough classroom blocks there, you don't have enough dormitories, what were you going to do?
Access and quality.
Exactly. So the basic concept of the NDC was that let's have access and let's have quality. They just said they wanted access. And I'm surprised at His Excellency that he has done research to show.
Yeah, he said that. You heard him. Shoemaker, shoe shine boys.
Let's stop these jokes.
No, it's not a joke.
Come on, allow him.
I was very quiet.
Come on, he kept quiet for you.
That's fine.
I think that we should.
Okay, that's fine.
I kept quiet. Look, even as you said today, with free SHS, with access and increasing of quality and everything, look, we still have issues on enrollment. We still have Ghanaian children. Johnny, if you want, just take this road from here until you get to Osu, and you find still kids that are on the streets of Ghana, and that should be of concern to he and then to me.
And that's basic school children,
yes,
or what?
people still leave school. People do not have. Look, you change the curriculum of the basic schools. For 3 years, there was no books for the students to learn.
Right.
Is that not the case? Is that the quality of the education we're looking at? So look, I am saying that, and you remember what I said. I said that, look, successive governments have contributed to making our educational system what it is today.
That's right.
And I am not going to walk away from that fact. But you see, let's not create a certain impression that a certain new concept came all the way from Mars and it was dropped onto us, and then all of a sudden it solved the problem. Look, he's aware. Did free SHS stop in the 8 years of their government? Did it solve the problems?
No, the problems
Are the problems solved, even as we said today?
No, you cannot say that.
Today, as we sit, then let me remind His Excellency, if it's the issue of infrastructure, in the last 1 year, each of the 261 districts in Ghana has had one kindergarten, one JHS, one primary. He was saying, Moya, there's no school. But I'll tell him there was no JSS between Moya and Jam. But thanks to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, children who were walking more than 10 kilometers to access JSS in my constituency. Today at Bungnaile, there's a JSS block that is being built there.
It's been built, not done.
No, I mean, this is what I'm saying.
That's okay.
So 261 times 3. This year, the same formula is being used. But are we saying that because we have built, say, over all those number of schools, are we saying that we have solved the problems of our educational system?
You cannot say
we cannot say that. We are not saying that free SHS was bad. I will still say it. We're saying that the processes leading to its implementation was what we were totally against. We are saying that those processes, we're saying we could have done it in a much more better way to improve the skills. It's not just access we're looking at, we're also looking at the quality.
Quality, okay. All right. Thank you very much. We're live on KESME 107.1 FM in Tamale. This is the big conversation here on Sunrise on 3FM 92.7. My name is Johnnie Hughes. The MPP has announced a list of committees that will work towards their victory in 2028. We'll get into that conversation right after this.
The big conversation on
Education Service approved and supported national SHS initiative implemented by Prospectus Ghana is now in progress across the country. Parents across the country are already registering so that their children's trunks, Macintosh, mattress and pillow and plastic chop boxes will be ready and waiting at their schools before reporting day. So don't delay and be caught in the unusual last-minute stress that you go through the market rush carrying heavy items under pressure. With EduPack, your child does not need to travel to school with these 4 essential items. To register, simply dial star 713 star 82 hash. That's star 713 star 821 hash. That's star 713 star 821 hash, or visit any ADB branch or go to www.edupackgh.com. That's www.edupackgh.com. Make payment, keep your receipt, and present it on opening day to collect all your child's EduPack items. Your EduPack registration follows you to any SHS that you are placed in. Avoid the stress, avoid the rush, prepare with confidence, write your exams, and all at a very affordable price. EduPack approved and supported by the Ghana Education Service. For more information, please call 0500 600 607. That's 0500 600 607 or 0302 955 050. EduPack, no stress, no wahala. That's indeed for all BECE candidates and their parents to make your life easier. Now, we also know that the 24th African Athletics Championship, Accra 2026, Ghana, are you ready? That's what we're asking you. Get set for Africa's biggest athletic spectacle. That's the 24th Senior African Athletics Championships coming live to Accra, Ghana, ACCRA, and that's going to happen from the 12th to the 17th of May 2026. The University of Ghana Sports Complex, Legon, becomes the battleground where Africa's finest champions go head-to-head in thrilling track and field competition. Watch global stars like Beatrice Chebet, Faith Kipyong, Toby Amusan, Colin Kebin Natisipi, Joseph Fanbule, Akani Simbene, and Muzala Samukonga. Also alongside Ghana's own spirited sprint champions Benjamin Azamati and Abdul Rashid Saminu will be there. This is speed, this is power, this is pride, this is Africa competing at its highest levels. That's the 24th Senior African Athletics Championships. Feel the heat. Champions within Africa, powered by the Ministry of Sports and Recreation, the Confederation of African Athletics, and the Ghana Athletics. Also, you have to be there. I encourage you to be there to feel it live, witness history, be part of history, immerse yourself in it, and also enjoy the heat that comes along with all of the 24th Senior Athletes African competition happening here in Ghana, the Republic of Ghana, that is. Now, quickly, we will take on the New Patriotic Party conversation in a bit, but first, after this, come on.
When malaria strikes your
I don't know if you have followed the MPP and how we actually go about mooting the ideas of how to put up our campaigns since 1992. When we have a flag bearer in place, the flag bearer is tasked to ensure that his campaign team, that is done in conjunction with the party executive anyway, is set up, as it were. What we have now is not necessarily the campaign team, no. So there shouldn't be this erroneous impression out there that we are setting up a campaign team. That's not yet what it is. The Constitution mandates the National Executive to set up what we call standing committees. Right. Just like when you have under corporate governance, you may have a board, and under the board will have some committees. Even in Parliament, they also have committees, as it were. So basically, the Constitution of the New Patriotic Party mandates us, when you look at Article 10 of the Constitution, to set up standing committees. Okay. So exactly what we did was, the last I was in a meeting myself, what we did was to set up the standing committees. Okay. And a lot of considerations go into there. We look at the future stance of Kamal. Where will Kamal be going? Will Kamal be available? Will this person be available? Will he be available? All these things ought to be done before names are even churned out. Okay. Because they may put you in a particular committee and your interest is at variance with that particular committee. So you may be busy somewhere and all these things ought to be done. Right. So I think what we did was to, first of all, heed to what the Constitution said, and then set up the standing committees. In this case, there's the organizational committee, the strategic committee, the communication committee, policy. All those. We set up that. Energy. But what we have as sector committees emanates usually from the flag bearers outfit. Okay. Again, he does that in consultation with the National Council and National Executive. He doesn't do it alone. So the sector committees normally look at a structure on how we can come out with policies which eventually may be drafted into a manifesto. Okay. You get what I mean? I get it. So basically, if you are talking of local government, you have a committee. They may come with ideas. Then later on, they will fine-tune all, they shape them into maybe a manifesto. Foreign affairs, we may do that. Okay, energy, whatever. So we have all these committees. It's just to prepare your mind towards public service, because you are going to be voted for by Kenyans, and you ought to have a structure put in place that when you are voted for, you're not taken by surprise. You are not ambushed. You have so exactly that's what we did the last time. That's why I'm saying I'm surprised it's a conversation here. But of course, it's good for clarity to be given, as it were.
Great education. But the big conversation here is that all those who contested Dr. Bawumia have accepted to play a role in this structure. It
has always been the case in MPP, actually. We've always had that. You know, let me tell you, for politics, it goes with emotion sometimes. Why do I say it goes with emotion sometimes?
Tell me.
You are a human being. Even a contest between you and your wife at home as to what should we cook, okay, sometimes becomes a worry. Right. Let me say, why do I say a worry? Maybe your wife wins. Today we're going to do fufu. Maybe your interest was maybe rice balls. Because she has been able to advance superior arguments and fufu has, won. Naturally, you'll be a bit down. Right. Because you didn't get what you want. That's politics. And politics also come with same. So if I contested with Johnnie, it is just fair that I wanted to win. But I did not win. So there I would have to inculcate in or bring in sportsmanship in the game. Even though emotionally I am down, but I have to come back to see how we can serve a collective interest, in this case, which is the party. So when you look at our primaries that we've always had, presidential primaries, from 92 till date, the Edu Buahi days, the Kufuor days, when we had the Great Alliance in 1996, then to 2000 and all that. 2000, for instance, look, Sinyani was like do and die affair.
That's right.
1998. If you follow the history of you, a lot, it wasn't easy. To the extent that people thought that Nana Akufo-Addo was not going to support Kufuor in the campaign. That's right. But hey, he came back. By 1999, after that, he announced in Sunyani himself again that look, I am ready and poised to support our candidate we have chosen. And that's exactly what has happened. So Kobina Japan, who contested, is on board. My brother Brian Champon, who contested, is on board. Okay? Kennedy Japan is on board. Yao Edichum is on board. All of them are on board. And I said they go on the sector committees as co-chairs or advisors to see how we can shape policies to help this party, as it were. So that's exactly what we did.
I hear you. Doc, what do you have to say about this?
First and foremost, I would say that every country needs a credible opposition to keep the government in check, to make sure that the government delivers on its promises. So for us from the NDC, it's always good when we see that the NPP tries its best to be that credible opposition that we are looking out for. Nobody really wants a one-state Ghana, one party Ghana, one party state. But I just want us to go back a little bit, Johnny. You see, we're saying that NPP presidential primaries from 1992 and how it went. But this particular presidential primaries was different from the rest. It was a reverse order. Because usually what they did was that, like any of the political parties we have, you start from the branches and then you go up. But because there was a candidate already that they determined,
okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Johnny, there was a predetermined candidate.
Oh, but there was a contest, though.
No, there was no contest. People came to ensure that the predetermined candidate was not going to be that candidate, but it wasn't. It was a selection, not an election. And Johnny, there's a difference between elections and selection. The candidate was selected already, and to make sure that that candidate goes through, they had to reverse the order. And that's what creates the confusion. That's what creates the confusion. And look, I always say, look, it's fine. I said the last time, Dr. Mawuena took NPP to an election where they lost almost with 1.5 million votes. I mean, in the beauty of politics and everything, if the NPP still believes that he's the best man to lead them into the next election, is it not good for us? And then let's watch the committees.
It's good for you, the NDC.
No, it's good for us.
Well, how is it good?
But if you went into a contest with a flag bearer who lost as much as 1.5 million votes, and then you don't allow this same flag bearer to go through the necessary and right competitive way of being chosen, you reverse the order to make that particular candidate a favorite to win. So all of a sudden, you see, my brother is here. I said today, I'm going to talk for him. He's here.
But he can speak for himself.
No, let me speak for him. Okay. What I'm going to say, he cannot say it because he's
what is it at all?
Let me talk for him. Because I want him to be the parliamentary candidate for Nanton. Because at the last election, his opponent, I mean the one he contested with in the primaries, I think in the primaries he beat His Excellency just with 2 votes.
No, it was 10 votes essentially.
10 votes.
But he's a voter, so
yes, so about 10 votes. That's how he lost the last NPP primaries. And you know what? He worked hard. Johnny, I'll show you a certain picture. Look, this man, there was one campaign thing they went. If you had seen Honorable Kamal, like he was in the Sahara Desert, his shoes, everything was very, very dusty. He worked hard. He campaigned hard. But you know what? Even up to today, they say, this man, he didn't vote for the NPP. So today, you see he's running to Tamale and going back. You know why he's running?
No, I don't know.
Because any branch executive that shows interest in Kamal's bid to become a candidate, they say, no, we'll take your name out. Oh,
out of the album.
Out of the album. That's what I'm saying. I'm talking.
Where from?
You can't be serious about that.
I'm telling you, that's why I'm saying I'm going to talk for him. Because you see, the other candidate, I floored him already. That's a dead good. We don't want to talk. Let's get a better competition with myself and His Excellency.
Okay.
You see, that's what the other candidate.
So you're saying that anybody who comes to say that, I want to support Kamal, his name is expunged from the. But that's not what the NPP does.
This is what is happening to him. He cannot cry.
I am here, so I'll respond to what he says. So don't worry.
He cannot. Come on, if you say this thing and go home, your people will ask you that doctor was talking for you and you are changing this thing. Look, this is the fact. That look, just like the way the flag bearer was chosen, there are certain areas that there are certain favorite candidates already, or certain people feel that they are kingmakers. Nantong is one of them, and he's suffering. He won't say it though. Me, I'll talk for him. Look, so Johnny, what we are saying is that we want a credible opposition.
Okay.
We want an opposition that can stand up to the government and keep the government on its toes. The NPP, they have gone through their presidential primaries. They are now doing the branch elections through to get national executives, etc.
Yeah.
As a political party, we wish them well. But if you look at the committees, Johnny, look at the names that are co-chairing and everything, from the finance to energy. What new thing are they bringing? The same set of people that led them to the most gruesome defeat in the history of Ghana. Johnny, they are the same people that are in this committee. What is new? Dr. Amin Anta, my uncle, finance, everything. Inflation was, I'm coming, Johnny, 23%. Is that not the case?
But he took over from somebody.
No,
when the
but
thing was already
23% inflation. Is that not it? Dr. Educhu, what was the state of our education when he was leaving?
Oh, really?
What was it?
You didn't see.
I'm saying that.
I should do a scan.
Suduka Daya. The same set problems that confronted Ghana 2 years ago.
Duka Daya
you have put Suduka Daya in one set again. What new thing is coming?
Come on.
Yeah.
First, talk about the album.
First of all, that's why I said let me speak to it.
Okay.
I mean, I'm here.
Quickly, so we can swap.
And whatever happens in the party, I am a beneficiary. Or, if you like, I should be part of it. Yes, that may be the observation he has. I can't fault him for his opinion. But what I do know is that it has always been my principle that I don't meddle in polling stations elections.
Okay.
I do not. Because the truth is that, look, check the history of people who build albums, so-called building album by themselves. They usually struggle in the end. Okay? And he knows my constituency very well. They are in communities. And in each community, we seem to know each other properly. Okay? So when I decide to come and meddle into what they are doing, want to say, put this, put Mr. A, don't put Mr. B, I end up what? Crushing heads in the community. In the most likely event that I become the candidate, I would need everybody to work for me. So what I say is that, look, leave it to the community. Let the community decide. Whoever becomes whatever, for me.
So you say nothing of the sort is happening?
No, that's what I'm saying. So to answer his question, anybody on the album, I have no choice. Everybody is my man.
Okay,
that's how I see it.
I hear you.
But see, let me quickly answer this to him and let him know this. Maybe he's forgotten his recent history. And I have to remind Honorable. When John Dramani Mahama in 2016, as a sitting president, contested with Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, he lost abysmally. To the extent that he described his party as a lame horse. Maybe he's forgotten.
Where did he describe it?
I can Google check it.
It's okay.
He described, I can show it to you.
We are trying to manage time.
I am a student of political communication, and so I'll show it to you. Don't worry. I said, to the extent that he described his party as a lame horse, that he rode a lame horse into the election. He lost. I will show it to you. Don't worry, I'll prove it to you now. That's how I am. I don't normally. So you see, so he's forgotten his past history. No, I don't mind.
1.5 million.
They just won. They just won. So they're enjoying the goodwill. So,
but the margins speak for themselves.
Oh, 5 million. Over 1.something million votes. He also lost. Check it.
But your defeat is the biggest
to the extent that he got 44%.
But I'm saying that
was what he got. But he got 44% in that election.
But your percentage
I'm saying that after that, what today? Where is Anyidohu? Koko Anyidohu, where is he?
Oh, he's where he's supposed to be.
Every single person who was aligned to Atamals, John Mohammed's boss, cut out in the party.
The question he asks is that
I am saying that every single person aligned to Atamals cut out in the party because he chastised them. So he vilified them. He said they made him ride a wrong horse into the election.
So we can move to the housing conversation.
Yes.
The question he asks is that the same set of people who led you into the defeat are the same set of people you have constituted into these committees.
With a great respect, how many times did they repeat John Dramani Mahama? Let's be factual. That's why he has forgotten his own history. How many times did they repeat a non-performing candidate? John Dramani Mahama, how many times was he repeated?
First, he won an election.
By virtue of
he won an election.
By virtue of divine design, he became the president. By virtue of divine design,
not by the elections of the people.
First, he became the president when the demise of Atamals happened. That's what I mean by virtue of divine design. He became the president.
Right.
3 months down the line, 2012, or 6 months, he won an election. By 2016, where we actually entrusted the management of this economy into his hands, what did we see?
He lost.
He just didn't lose. Why did he lose? He performed abysmally.
Okay.
Everybody knows where our economy was. Everybody knows whatever was happening under his first.
Comparable to when
I am saying, would it go? He never went through any international crisis in terms of what pandemics and all that. He never had global crisis. But look, he incompetently handled the economy of Ghana to the extent that Ghanaians were so angry. Who brought the term Doomsor? He Doomsorized this country. It was from 19 from it was John Mahama who Doomsorized this country. Doomsorization of this economy started with John Mahama from 2013, 2014, 2015. It was the night where people were dying. Okay,
but how did Dr. Bawumia then come and conclude in 2017 that Doomsor was fixed, but they cannot take credit for it?
No, I'm talking about who started the Doomsor, who brought the problem himself. He brought the problem. John Mahama brought. Because he has forgotten about it.
And fixed
now, where are we today? Yes. I'm not surprised that again, when I was coming, I listened to you that internally the lights went off, on until you boarded your plane and you saw the energy minister sitting in there, and you were worried. And then when you were entering Accra around 7 something, look, let me tell you, anybody who sits in the plane and you see lights, you can see lights all over. You can determine that some areas are off or not off. What you have said was just what your vision can give you. But I'm saying Doomsor is still on because the Doomsor Hene is sitting there. He brought Doomsor.
Are you creating an impression or what?
No, it's not an impression. That's what it is.
Okay, I hear you.
Anyway, so Johnny, it's fine. You see, I'm saying that look, it is okay. We are saying Dr. Bawumia is the candidate. He was the head of the economic management team.
Yes.
There were haircuts for our old people. People died because they couldn't buy hypertensive drug, diabetes drugs. They went and dug the pit of sin.
Which is that one?
Oh, that's the cathedral. It's a pit of sin.
Okay.
Yeah, they dug the pit of sin. Ghanaians saw how they ruled with the arrogance of power. I remember, I always tell my people, the people of...
At least we didn't cry in churches.
I tell them something.
We didn't cry in churches like you are doing today.
Crying is not arrogant. Arrogance is when a president goes and sees chief sitting there and says, get up and greet me. The pharaoh has arrived. That is arrogance.
Arrogance is insulting all churches.
You see, that is arrogance.
That's arrogance.
And so
Mary Elsie is there.
I tell, that's why you found the chief of staff.
Instead of sacking her,
that's the needful.
Instead of sacking her,
so me, I'm saying, Suduka. Same set problems. Okay, and Ghanaians have seen the difference. Look, they have banged on this Doomsor issue, and I can tell you, we have said that it was a transient issue. Johnny, in your house, has the power situation not improved?
Well,
there are people living out there.
If
you look at the deficit that was left in terms of debt in the energy sector, from them, from them, and we are fixing the problem. We have time. We are fixing the problems. We wish them well. And for my brother Kamal, like I'm saying, for the people in my constituency that are fixing names to ensure that he does not become the parliamentary candidate. I am telling you, for me,
he said there's nothing
MP,
like that.
Who is MP? Like I said, as for the first candidate, Chide head on the ground already. Please kindly bring Kamal so that the competition will be much.
You want a tougher competition?
A tougher one.
Well. Anyway, this is an unsolicited support he's giving me anyway. But
Dagbondo is supporting Dagbondo.
An unsolicited support anyway.
The big conversation on 3FM Sunrise.
It's 38 minutes after 9 on 3FM 92.7 now.
So I wanted to give you the of the housing.
Hold on. This year
STX
is the new one on the block. We know about Saglemi. We know about Boteman. Now, the question we're asking is, can Ghana trust another major housing promise? Doc, let me start with you. Why are you reinventing the wheel?
Well, for me, I would say that housing is a very critical issue for everyone. Every Ghanaian...
3 minutes each for you, gentlemen.
Every Ghanaian deserves decent accommodation with good facilities like sanitation,
Sunrise
roads,
on 3FM,
etc.
the best
we
in
have
the morning.
A housing deficit of almost 1.8 to 2 million. But interestingly, we have dwellings of about 1.3 million that are not being taken care of. And you know the reason, because some of our estates developers are going into high-priced buildings that the ordinary Ghanaian cannot be able to afford. Look, we have rent control rules that are not being applied. People are asking for advance for 2 years, 3 years, making it difficult for the ordinary Ghanaian to be able to get accommodation.
Right.
Look, that's the reason why government needs to step in. And over the years, government has done a lot in terms of making sure that we get some affordable housing for our people. Look, Saglemi is there, and I know it came through. We were expecting about 5,000 units. Later, it went to about 1,500. It went through, so many legal tussles. But at the end of the day, as I speak to you, at the last visit of Her Excellency the Vice President to the Ministry of Housing, we're told that, look, right now as we speak, we have things at the Attorney General's office. We have had investors, private people who are interested in making sure that we complete that particular project. Last week, the President was in Kumasi, that DSO is coming up, and then it is to ensure, that they are saying they can deliver about 224 by the second quarter of 2027. So make sure that, look, that the housing needs of our people are catered for. Look, teachers, nurses, etc., the ordinary Ghanaian deserves to have a place that you can go home, you sleep, have a good sleep, and you can come back to work to contribute to the development of this country. So I'll say to use Sagleme as a case study and say that, look, we should not contribute will be a tragedy. We would have to learn from the Sagleme issue, which we have learned already, and then we improve upon it like we are doing with the Dadeswa one. And I think that governments over the period of time have all contributed in improving our housing deficit. But like I said, we still have about 1.8 million. We still have people, go to the market, Konkoma market, see how people live there. Go through our streets, see how people are putting up makeshift structures. So housing is critical. For me, it even becomes at a certain point a national security risk.
That's
because if people are putting up makeshift structures all around the place and then we are not knowing who lives where, what happens, then it creates a lot of problems. So Saglemi, I don't want to go into the details.
So why are we bringing in Dedeswa if we have not finished Saglemi?
No, but Johnny, these are separate locations. One is in the Ashanti region, one is in the Greater Accra region. Two, like I'm telling you, when we took over office, proposals were taken. Certain TDC, for example, has come through for some of the Saglemi projects.
Right.
So, work is being done. And like I said, from the Ministry of Housing, we have the documents from Saglemi at the Attorney General's office for advice to see how best the government will partner with private companies to make sure that it is completed. Look, when those buildings standing and not being made use of, for me personally, it is not the best thing for any of us. And we should ensure that, look, all those things are put to use.
I think once again, NDC is at it again. For them, they have never delivered on their promise. They started with STX, and now the President of the Republic of Ghana, then the Vice President, stood in Parliament to tell us that, to call Ghanaians baloney. Check the history. You see, it started baloney. That was the word he used.
Call them that?
Yes.
Where did he call them?
I'll tell you. Okay. When they came to argue for sovereign guarantee in Parliament in 2010 to support the XTS Korea, XTS Ghana deal for housing, that was when the comment was made because of the collateral that they wanted us to use. He thought it was baloney for us to say that we shouldn't collateralize our oil for such a project.
But does that mean he called the people baloney?
If he said it was people who are against it are baloney, that's what I mean. Check it. But I want to tell you that STX failed under them. They booted the idea, got Professor Mills of blessed memory to go to Tesano, cut sword, just like John Muhammad did at this one.
Just like he did at Baltimore.
He went, I'm saying that cut sword. Hold on. Went to cut sword, and it never materialized.
But you're both guilty.
The late Bature even said that if XTS is not realized, he will resign from politics. And indeed, they helped him resign from politics, but he did not. Only God called him. But the point I'm trying to make is that STS was a nightmare. It was a housing project under NDC. Then that actually metamorphosed. When it didn't work, they brought in the idea of Segleme. Segleme was started in 2012. Where is Segleme? Up to date, Segleme is still there. Nothing has been done. To the extent that they have come back and Olive Gold, the best they can do for Ghana is to file a nullity prosequi. When over $200 million is lost to Ghana, That's what is happening now. I mean, my brother has not read it. You see, sometimes, when I hear about this, when I hear about some of these things, I actually, look, I sit down and say until it's done. Because the NDC would come with a set of beautiful, lofty ideas, great promises, but once again, they will promise not to deliver. Professor Moore stood in Parliament in 2010 on his sonal address to say that my vice president is in Korea to nail the coffin for STS. Indeed, they nailed the coffin by killing it.
But come out.
So Seglemi also became a conduit for people to milk from Ghana. And today there's money prosecute for people to work.
There are Masaman projects that Nanado cast sought for. Boteman as well. You are both guilty.
Listen, this housing. I'm happy.
I've asked you about Boteman and Amasaman.
I will tell you why. For housing, we did what we could do best.
What did you do? Tell me. No. Please allow me to do my work.
First of all, go to Kumasi and see what we did. We used state housing to do under MPP.
Affordable housing.
Come to Adenta. Just don't go far. Yes. Go and see.
Affordable to who?
I'm saying go and see under MPP.
I'm saying affordable to who?
Go to Kumasi again, and see what we did for the judges.
Affordable to come out.
Look,
but judges' apartments are not for sale.
It's not. You see, after housing, they cannot compare their records to us because these people they only come and mulk Ghana. No wonder they'll come and looking for sovereign guarantees. Let us spend money. Come out and it's nothing.
Come on, let's be fair.
I am saying over 200 million is gone.
That's the point I'm making. Come on, let's be fair to our listeners.
People are working free.
Come on, let's be fair.
Because the Attorney General is in power now.
Come on, let's
not prosecute all over.
Come on, let's be fair to our listeners. Let's be fair to our listeners.
Yes.
Judges' houses.
They're housing.
Police.
They're all housing.
But we're talking about affordable
STS, they were going to do security houses. STS was supposed to be.
Can I ask my question? Can I ask my question?
Yes.
I've allowed you to speak.
Go ahead.
I'm saying that if you construct houses for judges and policemen and what have you, they are not for the ordinary man. Yes. I cannot go and stay in a judge's quarters.
When we talk of housing deficit in this country.
No, that's not what we are talking about. No. Come on, don't.
Did you listen to President John Mahama speech?
No, don't throw. Don't throw me a red herring. I won't take it. No, you are not ready to answer my question. You are not ready.
And I'm talking about it. Did you listen to his speech?
You are not ready to answer my question. No, you answer. Come on. No, Doc, wrap up for me. You are not answering. No, you are not answering my question. If you are not answering my question, you have no.
Why did you get promise? I don't take a promise.
No, but I'm saying that what we are talking about is affordable housing for the citizenry, and I'm saying that on that occasion. Amasaman, Boteman. It's a classic example of Saglemi.
Some part under Kufuor was completed. Botema.
Which part?
Oh, you've not gone to Botema housing.
Which part?
You didn't see the housing.
And they are affordable.
Have you visited yourself?
And they are affordable to who?
The same concept of Seglemi. So certainly Botema.
To who? They are affordable to who?
The same concept of is in Botema. Okay. And I've been there. And I've seen it.
People are living in it. Now take a minute on this and let's wrap up.
Let me just wrap up. I would say, so even if you look at the Seglemi issue, he's saying Botema, some were completed. Even in Seglemi.
Sunrise on 3FM.
Is that not the case?
At what cost?
Wait, some were completed.
At what cost?
I'm just telling you that even in Seglemi, some were completed. And if it's about short cutting and things not being done, Wale, before you get there, that dam, what is it called?
Kwalugu Dam.
Multi-purpose dam, 12 million. What?
No,
wait.
But they've come to say it's not true.
Wait. Nobody has ever said it's not true. If it's about short cutting and things not being done, the Cathedral of Sin.
Let's not let him go.
I'm coming.
They said the
money. I'm coming. Wait. I'm just giving you examples. Okay. You are talking about things
we have to go.
And then things not being done and money being spent. So
anyway,
in conclusion, what I'm saying is that government over the period of time, it's the responsibility of government. Let's not miss this thing. We can do the politics of it and everything to gain political points. But for me, at the end of the day, the ordinary Ghanaian that's listening to you, me, and His Excellency this morning, what they want to see is that Seglemi is completed, Botema is completed, Dadieso is completed, and that is what the government of His Excellency John
Gentlemen, Kamaldeen Abdullahi is the Deputy National Communications Director of the MPP. Dr. Abdul Khalik Mohammed Sharif is the Member of Parliament for Nantang. Gentlemen, thank you very much indeed for spending your money with me. I appreciate you deeply.
Thanks for having us.
The big conversation on 3FM Sunrise.
But I'm just another guy, obsessed with my morals.
The 17th of this holy month, we are hosting all of Africa here. The 24th Senior African Athletics Championships, Accra 2026, right here. And we will get into that conversation in a bit because I've been joined in studio by Madame Veronica Kome. She's the Deputy Director General of the National Sports Authority. She's a member of the local organization committee, Accra 2026. I'll get into the conversation right now. Good morning, Madam. How are you doing?
I'm great, Johnny. It's good to see you.
Good to see you too. Now, we won a bit. Now it's here.
Yes.
It's coming home.
We have been waiting for this.
Accra, Ghana.
We've been waiting for about 4 decades to host it. It's more than 4 decades since Africa has been tossing it around. And finally, Ghana stepped up.
Wow.
We had the opportunity to host 53 countries have arrived in Ghana.
Right.
Beginning tomorrow, we have the event starting. But today, we have the opening ceremony at the Legon Sports Stadium.
Okay.
Stone Boy should be performing,
Whoa.
Edem should be performing.
Whoa.
We have some surprises all lined up. The country's culture, our rich culture, will definitely be on display. It's how we open up to Africa to know that, yes, we are actually Ghana. So we have been waiting to host there is track and field, whether it's the relay or the sprint, high jump, or everything containing or in track and field will be on display for the next few days.
What should this mean for the ordinary Ghanaian? To know that Azamati will be there, Samino will be there. What should it mean for them?
I mean, it's a big deal because only recently we were watching them on TV when they participated in the relay championship that had them qualify for the next one in 2027.
Right.
So you and I were watching on TV. Today you get to see them live. Plus a lot of African stars. Toby Amuzan is still the record first Olympic medalist of Nigeria. She won the hurdle. She is here, plus a host of them. So you get to see them live. Now the journalists don't just have to tell you the story of how it is happening. You get to see it. You get to capture it.
I was there some.
Yes, you get to witness the moment and the history. And I think that is the biggest deal of all of this.
How different is this edition being held in Ghana, the 24th edition, how different is it going to be from any other previous ones that have been held?
It's not just about the people coming. It's about all the arrangements that we have made to make sure when you come to the stadium you are comfortable.
Right.
It is one reason why we decided that we do not want to charge. We just want everybody to have an experience. The fact that it's been over 40 years and we are hosting for the first time,
right.
we do believe that there should be a lot of opportunities for people to watch. And hey, if you've been looking for an opportunity to go to concerts and you didn't get to go, we bring your artists close to you, so you get to see people like Stoneboy and Adam all performing on the night of the opening ceremony. Plus, a lot of surprises, like I mentioned. So yes, that is one reason why you should be there at all costs.
So you have a show.
Yes.
And then we have the other showdown on the track and field, the heat, the vibe, the pride, the energy, everything put together. Now, if you fling the gates open and it's for free and everybody can enter, how are we managing risks and other things that come along with such freebies?
In terms of security, we have updates, not in a way that intimidates people, but in a way that gives you comfort, that we are looking after your welfare, that whilst we are saying come in to enjoy with us, we care about how comfortable you would be. So in terms of security, there is no reason for anybody to be worried, because we have enough in terms of personnel and everything to be everywhere to take care of them. We have stewards that will be in the stadia just to help supporters who need it, volunteers all around. So it's just really thought out well.
Smooth delivery assured, security assured. Now let's talk about funding. Big events as this, how are we funding it?
We've been lucky that the government of Ghana thought it was prudent for Ghana to host this competition. So government has committed, bigly in terms of funding it.
Right.
We are looking at the private sector to support us. I would say that even sitting here to speak with you is also what you are contributing to make sure that we are reaching people and they get to know exactly what is happening. So the private sector is still very much welcome.
Right.
We have a few sponsors. Nanes Shito Sauce, he's given sauce to everybody so that everybody would taste the Ghanaian Shito. We have Hussein International Limited as sponsors, and also Piva. So there'll be a lot of drinks, a lot of water, and we are still hoping that many will come on board, because this is a big deal for the nation.
Now, if I want to sponsor, who do I walk up to?
I need to leave a number, and I'm almost tempted to leave yours so that I leave my with you and you can tell them. But I think I'll share it with the crew.
Right. So we can announce.
So that it makes it easy.
That's right. Now, tell me why this is important for Africa, this event.
It is. We are not just at the center of the world. We are Ghana. It is for Africa because you need a lot of events for your athletes to keep competing. In athletics or in sports, there are different ways that you keep people in shape. Some compete on the circuit. There aren't a lot of circuit competition across Africa. So what it means is that you have your athletes having had to go to Europe and other parts of the world to compete. So apart from the elite athletes that may be able to afford, those that are then not there yet do not have such opportunities. So when you bring them together like this, they have an opportunity to engage, to compete against themselves, the very best. You give those who ordinarily won't have that opportunity the reason to aspire, because they are next to these big ones who are making it on the international stage. So it is a huge deal.
Ghana is funding this, sponsors are coming on board, but economically, how will we benefit as a country? Tell me about it.
Well, we have over 1,500 athletes and officials in town already. They are patronizing restaurants. They are buying. They are crazy about the Ghanaian chocolates and the cocoa and all of that. You have a number of organizations selling souvenirs. People want to go with a kente and anything Ghanaian, and we do believe that it's a good way of patronizing what is Ghana and getting some money here. They are buying SIM cards and all manner of things, food, beverages, and all that. So economically, that is one way to look at it.
For the LOC and its partners, tell me about the single biggest thing on your mind that by the close of the 17th when this big event is done, will be your biggest trump card?
It would be awesome if we could do a host and win. Yes.
And I want us to win.
It will be awesome.
No, me, I want us to win. You cannot say it will be awesome, madam. Me, I don't like that.
To. And even if we don't get to, the talents that may come through, the Ghanaian, we have a lot of young athletes that may be able to announce themselves on the world stage. The fact that we'll have a flawless competition where athletes are happy, where athletes are comfortable, where the hospitality of Ghana is still at the center of everything because we delivered, will be great enough.
What message do you, by the close of the event, do you envisage that would be sending to the world? The whole world.
That when Ghana steps onto the plate, they will outdo themselves because we would have had a very flawless competition in terms of organization. What we are trying to do is to raise the bar, raise the standard in terms of organization and set the blueprint so that when the next nation is about to do it, they are picking the Ghana template to say that this is our
the
new
blueprint.
Standard. Yes.
Let's talk about legacy. First time in 4 decades, 40 long years of waiting. What legacy are we hoping to leave behind?
To have a lot of younger athletes coming through, announcing themselves. Because in terms of the sports, you need to have a conveyor belt with a lot of athletes coming in every now and then. And we do believe that one big legacy that we could leave is the kind of impact we have on these athletes, the kind of impact we have on fans who might, or kids who might be dreaming of doing athletics, seeing it as close and imagining that their dreams are valid.
So let's go over the dates, the time for the venue again, and then any key message you want to leave with Ghanaians.
So today we do the opening ceremony at the Legon Sports Stadium. I have almost over-mentioned that Adam and Stoneboy will be there. The President, His Excellency, has graciously decided that he will open the games for us. Yes. So, yes, so the President will be in attendance. And I'm waiting to see you there.
Charlie, I will be there in flesh and blood.
You must. You must. So yes, everybody should be there. I think it's a good way for us to welcome the nation that we love our athletes because we show it at the Interco and every level. So come to the stadium, let's fill the arena, let's give a lot of energy. For beginning tomorrow, we'll have 2 sessions, first in the morning and then in the evening. I'll be sharing that schedule with the sports team here so that the next few days they can be announcing the events that will be focused on.
We're grateful that you joined us this morning with this juicy news.
Big pleasure.
We will be there
pleasure.
Tomorrow.
And I'm going to need your help.
Tell me about it.
You know the motorway. They are working on the motorway. I'm excited about that. But there is dust that is killing the people around. There is a school just around the corner, Al Rayyan International
Yes,
School.
I know Al Rayyan.
The kids are going home with cold every day. Those with asthma are struggling a lot. And whilst we like that they do the road, I think the least they can do for us is to water. Just the environment.
I shall send your message to the appropriate
Please,
quarters.
I mean, do it and overdo it for me because I do not think there is any better person to step in for the kids.
I'm grateful.
I will be looking out for you to do it every day until it's
we will try our best to do our best.
This morning it looked like a desert. The school looked like a desert and so please.
We are sorry. We apologize.
Thank you.
On behalf of the contractor, even I don't know him, we apologize.
So please do whatever you can for me.
Thank you very much indeed.
See you today at the Legon Sports
Absolutely.
Stadium. Have a nice day.
Thank you very much. That's Veronica Konesh, is the Deputy Director General, National Sports Authority, and a member of the local organization committee, Accra 2026. This is the first time we're hosting it in 4 decades. You can't afford to miss it. It's free. You get a show. And you get to see the show down properly with the athletes on, with all the heat and the energy, the pride and everything that comes along with it. Stoneboy is going to be there. and add them. Go get them. It's going to be there. Lots and lots of other surprises. Come with your family and your friends, those near and dear to you. Come and enjoy and experience it. My name is Johnnie Hughes. On behalf of the rest of the team, I want to say thank you very much indeed for staying with us. A few birthdays coming your way before we check out of the studio here on Sunrise on 3FM 92.7. If it's your birthday today, happy birthday to you. We wish you long life and prosperity, and we pray that the good Lord himself will guide and shield you. But now, time for birthdays.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday. Happy birthday to you.
And a happy birthday to Felicity Selassie, sending you thoughts of positive energy, joyful moments, and enough happiness to make you blush today. From your uncle, Bonyo, Selassie, and Manasseh, they wish you a happy birthday. Also, a happy birthday to Sandra Fremose. Have a glorious new ages from Joel and Carl Niado here at Media Journal. They wish you a happy birthday, Frema. A happy birthday. Also to Emmanuel Kofiboa. Dr. Emmanuel Kofiboa, Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. It's your birthday today. Happy birthday to you. We wish you all the best in this life and beyond. And we pray that the good Lord will have also blessed you by the time we finish. Now, my name is Johnnie Hughes. We'll see you tomorrow.
The best in the morning is on 92.7 Sunrise on 3FM.
Keeping it together like the grown man I am. I rise and fall, I fall and rise. Flying with no feather, impossible, but me tell you what to wear. This my life, I didn't choose, I just put my all behind. Take me wherever you want to. My invisible black wings flying intercontinental. Victory, victory, that's my story. Cause I never surrender. As long as I can remember, I've been a hustling. Victory, victory, that's my story. Cause I never surrender. As long as I can remember, I've been a hustling. 22 summer in London, now a sunset. Yeah, I'm losing my hustle for my back to find my devil.